This happened a couple of years ago. It still makes me hesitate before opening the bathroom door at night, which is why I tend to just keep it open. The backstory. I grew up in this house. My parents passed it down to me after they moved to Florida. It's nothing fancy, just a split level with creaky floors, a bathroom that never quite feels warm, no matter how long the shower runs. That bathroom, by the way, has always been off. Even when I was a kid, it had this heaviness to it, like the air inside was a little thicker, maybe a little colder. But you chalk that stuff up to bad vent or poor insulation, you move on. Anyway, it was about 2 a.m. I'd just gotten back from a business trip, dead tired, jet-lagged, stomach still on Pacific time. I got up to pee, half asleep, lights off, just enough moonlight spilling through the window to navigate. I pushed open the bathroom door without turning on the light. I do this a lot. But this time, someone was sitting there, just sitting on the closed toilet lid, with their back facing me. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my eyes. Maybe I'd set something there and forgot. Maybe my brain was still foggy, but no, there was a figure there. Shoulders, hair, even the faint outline of hands resting on their knees. A woman, still as stone. I didn't say anything, I just stared. She slowly turned her head, but not all the way. Just enough that I could see the side of her face. But there was no face. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just this blank, empty stretch of skin. I must have hit the light switch without realizing it because the room flooded with light all of a sudden, and she was gone. Completely. No sound, no movement. It was just me standing there with my heart pounding like I'd sprinted up a flight of stairs. I checked the whole house. Every door was still locked, alarm was set, nothing disturbed. But I didn't sleep the rest of that night. What really gets me is the fact that I didn't really feel afraid at first, not until she turned. There was something familiar about her posture, like I'd seen her before. But here's the kicker. The next morning, while I was trying to convince myself it was all a dream, I went back into the bathroom, and I found the toilet seat down. I live alone. I never put the seat down. It's been 2 years. I still live here. But I find myself not using that bathroom as much. I guess I'm afraid of seeing her again. Maybe even realizing I recognize her or something. I don't know. It still messes with me. This happened when my entire family was downstairs watching TV, except for my sister, who's non-ambulatory due to a developmental disability. My sister was asleep in her room, directly above the room that we were all in. First, we heard a loud bang, as if she fell out of bed. We all looked at each other, and then muted the TV. That's when we all heard a voice, so similar to hers I'd sworn it was her. It called out, "Help, Mom, help." And we all ran upstairs. We opened her bedroom door to see that she was asleep, safely in her bed. Nothing on the floor, even though we had heard something fall directly above us. No idea who was calling for us that night. That's only one of many weird stories over the years. There was constant activity in that house. When I was a kid around 15 years old, I was home alone trying to sleep in my room. My parents' house has a wooden floor, so you can hear people walk around the house easily. I started hearing noises as if someone was walking around. I got confused, but was also too scared to move. I pulled the blanket over myself, just leaving the back of my head exposed. I kept hearing the sounds getting closer. Suddenly, I just felt this cold air being blown toward the back of my head, as if someone was breathing on me. I was silently freaking out, thinking, what if some crazy person broke into the house and is now gazing at my cranium? I was about to cry, because the experience was genuinely traumatizing me. I kept feeling this breathing like a breeze for some time, and then it would stop. I heard something move out of my room, and then the sounds just vanished. I also sleep with the door to my room closed, and the next morning, it was open. Safe to say I didn't sleep properly for weeks after that. I told my parents about it. They checked for any signs to see if somebody had been breaking in. They found nothing. Also, they asked our next-door neighbor to take a look at his cameras to see if anyone had entered or left the house that night. And again, nothing. His security cameras reached our porch, and nothing. Not really a paranormal thing I saw, but I felt, because there was definitely something in our house, and it still creeps the fuck out of me to this day. About a month after my mom passed, I was at her house helping my sister clean out some of her things. We were going through drawers in the kitchen when her old clock radio, this beat-up little thing from the 90s that hadn't worked in years, suddenly clicked on. No static, no fuzz, just a few seconds of a song that she used to hum while cooking. You Are My Sunshine. It faded out after the first line, then shut off like nothing happened. Neither of us said anything for a while. Then my sister just muttered, "Okay, Mom," and kept sorting. We didn't talk about it again, but we know what we heard. I was about 16 at the time, out drinking with my girlfriend. It was about midnight, and we were walking back to my house. There were 2 ways to get there, a busy street and a long bike path through the woods. So we took the bike path. I was walking about 6 feet in front of her, and I got that feeling, like something was watching us. It was like a bee sting somewhere like I'd never felt before. I just knew something bad was about to happen. In a split second, I heard it, a sound like someone forcing all of the air from their lungs. And then I heard my girlfriend scream. I turned around to see her faceplant on the cement. She asked me why I pushed her. She was mad, but she got confused when she realized I was ahead of her. I was not in arm's reach of her. She heard that loud breath scream right in her ear when something pushed her hard. We booked it back to the other route to my house, taking an extra hour to avoid that path through the woods. When she took her shirt off at my house, she had 2 bruises on her back. No one believed us, but we never walked that path at night again. My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken, He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore and back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitor parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone, but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. "Golf game?" he said. Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch, before doing some grocery shopping, topping off the car with fuel, and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. I worked in intensive care for 12 years, and I saw some strange things. One night, we had 4 patients in a row lose very important lines. These are things like central lines for IVs, breathing tubes, feeding tubes, etc. No one was in the room with the patients at the time that this was happening. Our desks were designed so that we were between 2 patient rooms. We could see both rooms from one desk. The patients were sedated on the vent. The first had a central line that pulled out. We managed that, stabilized the patient, and then the next patient pulled out their breathing tube. Then a feeding tube. The next was another breathing tube. There was no reason for it, and we tried to figure it out. More often, some patients would see a little boy in red pajamas come to their door or into their rooms. Whenever they reported seeing the boy, that patient would die soon afterwards. I only had one patient that saw him. She had a stroke. We were doing comfort care only. I was working the night shift. Throughout the night, she had periods of being afraid, so I'd hold her hand and we would talk, the best she could, and this would calm her down. During one such talk, she said, "Watch out for Bruce." Bruce is my dad's name. This woman didn't know me, did not know my dad, and I'd made no mention of him while taking care of her. I said, "Who's Bruce?" Thinking maybe it was someone close to her. She laughed and said, "You know who he is. You look just like him." I had chills all over. I do look like my dad, just like him. She said, "Watch out for him. Make sure he doesn't fall. Just watch out for him." And then she drifted off to sleep. A little while after that, she saw the little boy dressed in red. She asked who he was, why we had children in the unit. I told her we didn't. It was an adult ICU. I asked her to describe him. She said, "I guess he's about 2 or so, blonde, wearing red pajamas. He comes to the door and just stares at me. He doesn't come inside." She died later that day, on day shift. We had superstitions about certain things, such as if a patient was dying, tie a knot in the bedsheet and the patient would last through your shift. Or if a patient was dying and it seemed to be unusually prolonged, open the doors or windows and give their spirits somewhere to go. Some patients would hold on until a date had passed so that they wouldn't die on an anniversary or birthday or other important date. Occasionally, we'd have a room where several patients in a row would die. So we started asking the chaplain to cleanse the room after 3 deaths. That would almost always end the cycle. The worst thing that I saw was a very mean old woman. She was in our unit for a couple of days. She was truly awful. She would say mean things to the staff. She cursed at everyone. She got physical. She didn't have any family or friends that came to visit her. One night, she had a cardiac arrest, and we put her on the vent. She was awake on the vent, and she was terrified. She was looking up, not seeing anything in this world, and she was shaking her head. No, very emphatically. She was holding her arms up as if to protect herself. She looked like she was trying to scream, but of course, she couldn't make any sound because of the breathing tube. We tried to calm her down, to sedate her, but nothing worked. She had another cardiac arrest and died. After her death, we contacted her sons. It was then that we learned why no one visited. She had abused her sons their entire lives. Both had cut off contact with her. Whether you believe in hell or not, it sure seemed she was going somewhere she didn't want to. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear and assured me that the death angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." I've had 2 experiences in my life that I still can't explain. Different moments, years apart, but both left me with the same lingering feeling, like something just outside my understanding had brushed against my world for a second before slipping away. The first time, I was a kid, 6 or 7 maybe. I lived in a bungalow, the kind of house where everything felt open, where you could see most of the rooms from any given spot. The hallway leading to my bedroom had a mirror hanging on the wall. A simple thing, nothing fancy, but big enough to catch reflections from across the house. I wasn't alone that day. My mom was sitting behind me, carefully parting my hair, her fingers working quickly and gently, the way only a mother's hands can. I remember I was just focused on the sunlight filtering through the windows, the faint clatter of dishes in the sink, and the murmur of the TV in another room. I glanced up just for a second, and my eyes caught the mirror. There, in the reflection, stood a woman. She wasn't my mother. She wasn't anyone I knew. Her clothes were old, worn, tattered at the edges, like she'd been wandering for too long. Her face was pale, expression unreadable for me, and she was just standing there, unmoving. I sucked in a breath, my body going rigid. I wanted to believe that it was just my imagination, that it really was as wild as adults always said it was. But I really felt her there, as if the air in the room had shifted just slightly, as if I had intruded on someone I wasn't meant to see. I tore my eyes away. A second later, I forced myself to look back. She was gone. Just an empty hallway. Just a mirror reflecting nothing more than an ordinary house. Clearly, my reaction was noticeable. I must have gone pale because my mom asked what was wrong. I hesitated, unsure how to explain what I'd just seen, unsure if I'd really seen it at all. I told myself, imagination, childhood perception, a moment, sleepy confusion. But even now, I remember how much my stomach dropped, how my skin prickled despite not being cold, and the overall feeling that She was in the room. I never saw her again, but that wasn't the last time something unexplainable happened. Fast forward years later, about a decade ago. I was older now, living in a different place, and I had mostly convinced myself that whatever I saw as a child was nothing more than a fleeting moment of overactive imagination. Then one night, something else happened. It was late, 4 a.m., that strange liminal hour where everything is too quiet, where the world feels half awake, half dreaming. I'd been tossing and turning, unable to fall back asleep, my mind drifting in and out of wakefulness. And then I felt a hand, not pressing, not grabbing, just a soft, deliberate caress against my back. I turned over, and I saw it, a shadowy figure hovering in front of my window. It wasn't like the woman in the mirror. This wasn't solid. It wasn't something standing in my room. It was something there and not there. A form made out of darkness, shifting at the edges like it was struggling to hold shape. And then, just as suddenly as I noticed it, it moved. Not towards me, toward the window. I watched as it drifted backward, slipping through the glass without a sound. One moment it was there, the next, nothing but a faint glow of the city outside. I lay there, staring at the empty space, my body tense, waiting for some lingering sense of terror to take over. But the fear never came. Instead, an overwhelming wave of emotion hit me. Not dread, not horror. Grief. A deep, aching sadness. Something raw and familiar. And that's when I thought of my aunt. She'd passed away when I was 8. She'd always been like a second mother to me. Someone who had comforted me, protected me, been there in the ways that mattered. It wasn't until later, when I checked the date, that I realized something. Her death anniversary was only a few days away. Was it her? Had she come to check on me, to remind me that she was watching over me? Or was it something else entirely? Something unknowable. Something that only borrowed the shape of what we miss the most. I don't have answers. I probably never will, but some nights when I'm half awake in the silence of my own room, I do find myself listening, wondering if, somewhere just beyond my sight, she's still there. I wasn't a correctional officer, but I did spend some time in prison, and I had some crazy things happen that still give me chills to this day. I was a bad apple for sure in my younger years, which landed me in jail and eventually prison. Thankfully, I've gotten wiser and more law-abiding since. But during my time of incarceration, I had these particular dreams, which always involved the same kid who was always possessed by the end. And the weird part is, I was always fully aware in my dream. Not awake aware, but still in the dream nonetheless. I guess it's like lucid dreaming, except I didn't manifest this kid. He just was there. It's like this kid knew I was aware, and he would talk to me about the most hair-crawling things. He enjoyed the fact that it was scary to me, making me feel like all hope was lost. It was so vivid and real, literally felt like it was more than just a nightmare, and it was repetitive. I never had repetitive dreams before. At times toward the end, I would wake up but couldn't move. I couldn't scream, open my eyes, or anything. I was aware and what felt like fully awake through this whole process. From the dreams, to the conversations, to the paralysis. I finally broke down, told my cellie. He told me that I needed to read the Bible. I needed to pray, and that if it didn't work, then I was screwed. So I did, because at that point I was terrified to even sleep. It was that bad. And being raised a Southern Baptist, this seemed pretty logical. And honestly, it was only after I prayed, and put the Bible under my pillow that the nightmares and paralysis stopped. I eventually stopped praying and putting the Bible under my pillow, thinking everything was fine, but I was wrong. It came back stronger and harder, almost like it was angry. The rest of my incarceration, I rarely missed a night of prayer or having my Bible close by while I slept. I don't have any clue what it was or have any explanation for why it happened only during my incarceration, but I do know that that's what made it stop and possibly saved me from going insane. Even if it is all in my head, I'm glad something worked, because those dreams, those experiences, they were worse than my actual time inside. Have you ever almost died? I'm pretty sure I had a near-death experience once. You know how hotels have doors that connect two rooms? Well, this hotel had sealed the door off with a concrete wall. We'd opened the door and it was literally just a concrete wall. I was with my girlfriend at the time and I joked around, "I'm gonna lock you in, pushing her jokingly into the space. She wouldn't let me close the door on her, so I went inside with her and I said, "I'm gonna lock us both in," and close the door. I'll never forget the sound of the airtight seal in pure blackness closing. My hand was still on the door handle and I thought, there's no way. Yes, it auto-locked. The door could only be opened from the outside. So this girl and I are stuck in a 6-inch door jamb. My feet are sideways. I can't even rotate my face from left to right without my nose squeezing against the door. She tells me I better not be fucking with her. I say, "Don't panic. We'll get out." Within 60 seconds, we could feel the condensation from our body heat already dripping off the door wall. We tried to force the door open. Nothing. We screamed. Nothing. The hotel was mostly empty. Phones. I didn't have mine and her SIM didn't work as we were in a foreign country. 30 minutes. Claustrophobic nightmare. She has a panic attack. I try to calm her down. I'm having an internal panic attack. Was there enough oxygen? Would any housekeeping staff come? Long story short, we didn't die. We got out. I had a credit card in my pocket. She had her phone. We found a shaky Wi-Fi connection, downloaded the Skype app, used the light on her phone to read the numbers on my credit card. We bought Skype credit, looked up the hotel and phoned them. No answer. Called the hotel next door. They answered. She cried, "Help us. We're stuck in the hotel next door." They said, "Okay, they'll come talk to our front desk." A few minutes later, we heard knocking on the outside of the room's door. We screamed for help. Finally, after over an hour, they opened the door and we collapsed, covered in sweat, the door dripping from the condensation of our breath and body heat. The entire housekeeping staff was there. Their response? They laughed. When we checked out the next day, every staff member couldn't help but sneak a sly smirk. If we died in that door jam, I'm pretty sure our corpses would still be there. Before sending this, I just sent the Green Hill Estates HOA an email advising the possibility of a wolf roaming around near one of our neighborhoods. Someone needs to go out there and see what's going on in the woods, and it's definitely not going to be me and my 8-pound Pomeranian leading the investigation. I didn't say that last part in my message, but someone really does need to go sweep that forest for anything that may pose danger to the families in our community. I mean, we've got kids out here riding bikes and walking around sometimes long after sundown. I'd hate to read on the HOA update board that a youngster had been mauled in an event that could have been preventable. This all happened a few hours ago, prompting the frantic, furious typing. I'd gotten home from work, took my dog out for a short walk around 8. There's a lot of components to everything going on that I didn't mention to my HOA, because my main goal was for them to do something about it. And if I fully explained myself, it would have decreased the chances for them to believe me, and therefore decrease their urgency to act. But that's why my next stop was here, because I had to tell someone what happened, share it with potentially more open-minded in nature than the board of my HOA. No offense to them. I understand it's a community resource. They have to allocate wisely, and my claim would have been looked at like not a serious inquiry if I'd shared the details, you know? I wrote about my concern being a wolf, but I'm not sure what it was. I got Scoot on his leash and my AirPods in. The Spirit Box app was open on my phone, and I was listening to it speak random words in between reverberate noises and sounds. Nothing jumping out as anything meaningful. On most nights, that's how it goes until I get bored and switch to music to power through the final stretch of the walk. Same thing happening tonight. All I'm hearing is choppy noise, and I've already got Spotify open, scrolling, about to play Dolly Parton, when the Spirit Box app says a full sentence that I can hear clearly in my headphones. A man's voice cut through the static saying, "I'm over here." I stopped mid-step with my thumb hovering over Backwoods Barbie, and I swiped over to the Spirit Box. In the app, along with its audio capabilities, it writes out the words being transmitted through with a timestamp. And a few seconds before, I was able to confirm that it said, "I'm over here." I kept looking through the timeline because I noticed a few seconds before that it said, "Hello, hello, wait," and I must not have heard it. Scoot was pulling on the leash, but I made him wait as I intensely listened for any more intelligible words. I gave us an internal 10 count. If nothing popped up on the Spirit Box, we were going to keep walking. Counting back, a part of me was intrigued at the prospect of my $10 purchase not going to waste. But in the same aspect, I was partially praying that something would convince me the app was a hoax and I could get on with my night. Because I'll admit that I was a little spooked. But it spoke again. Same voice, now saying, "Left, closer." Scooter and I walked to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. On that side, past the sidewalk, is a grassy slope leading down to the forest area. After I'd crossed the street, the voice stopped saying left but repeated, "Closer," about 5 or 6 times. I could tell it wanted me to go further down the hill towards the trees, and I was honestly about to do it. The few small embers of excitement still burned in my heart. I hadn't had these kinds of willies in my stomach since I was a child, and each step increased the feeling. But then Scoot stopped me. He didn't follow. He stayed on the sidewalk, and when I took out my AirPods, I could hear him growling. His hair was standing up, and he was trying to move me backwards, trying to pull the leash and me back up. Finally, I retreated back up to the sidewalk. I could have easily yanked him down the hill with me, but when I looked at him, he was trembling. With one earphone out, I didn't hear the Spirit Box when it told me, "Don't go." But it was logged as a spoken sentence when I checked the app again on the sidewalk. Even when I got back up next to Scoots, he didn't stop growling in the direction of the hillside. And when I looked back down into the trees, I saw what he was growling at. Camouflaged at the bottom of the hill, a man walked out of the trees into the short grass. He had his hands in his pockets. He smiled at me, and he took a hand out to wave. It looked like he took a file to his teeth. They were all grinded down to a point, and they were shiny. Scoots started yipping and barking, trying to get as far away from this guy as possible, and I did too. Right when he walked out, I had that oh no feeling. But when I saw those sharp teeth, everything felt a lot more impending, if that makes sense. I was realizing in that moment that I no longer felt safe at a distance. A random guy coming from the woods is off-putting enough when I'm walking alone out there. But this guy looked, dare I say, demonic. It had to have been him that hacked my Spirit Box app. I don't know how he did it. It didn't even know that an app like that could be hacked. But I've seen a lot of those things like Flipper Z on ads. They're like small hacking device things. I don't know their capabilities. I only know that there's things on the market that can easily hack stuff. I don't know another way that something like this could be pulled off. I deleted the app right when I got home, but not before looking at the sentence log one last time and seeing a final entry that said, "Come back." The googly eyes on my child's art project moved the other day. I watched them as they moved from left to right and back again. At one point during their cycle, they both stopped in the middle of their domed enclosures, like the eyes were looking back at me. It sounds completely absurd. It felt absurd confirming with myself that these black dots were actually moving. The googly eyes are glued on a clay cup that over the last week she'd painted, put it in a kiln. When my daughter brought it home, we put the eyes on. She was supposed to fill it with her favorite drink and bring it to school the next day. My daughter didn't notice it. I felt for vibrations or any sort of explanation for what I'd seen. But if I'd been honest with myself, I knew the obscure way those black circles drifted up and then back and forth, like they did. They weren't going to be the result of my daughter's knee bumping the table. It made me incredibly anxious. When the dots floated back down, I grabbed a bunch of cocoa packets, stuffed them in the cup, and then stuffed it into her backpack. She'd be bringing it back to school the next day, so I tried not to think any more about it after that. But today, she brought the cup back home. I shouldn't have been surprised, or at least I should have acted like I wasn't as surprised. When she pulled it out of her backpack this afternoon, well, have you ever accidentally said something out loud that you thought you were thinking? I don't know how to explain it, but in my defense, I was caught off guard, and I really didn't know how uncomfortable it made me until I was face to face with the googly eyes again. And I accidentally blurted out, "No, Taylor, why'd you bring that home again?" Then I thought, "No, Judy, you just said that out loud. Recover, recover. She's looking at you. Say something quick." So I go, "Why'd you bring that home again? Because all my other cups are gonna get jealous that I'm drinking from this one every day." Boom, mic drop. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and now I'm dreading having my morning coffee in it tomorrow. I've considered breaking it, talked to my partner about it. He doesn't think that I should break it. He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I could possibly be saving us from a demonic poltergeist, but oh well. He's not a skeptic either. This isn't the first time our girl has brought some miscellaneous item with something attached to it home. It's like the spirits are attracted to her. I don't like it. The first time she brought home a stuffed goose that she'd picked out of a pile of stuffed animals at the state fair. The night it came home with us, things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps in other rooms when I was the only one home, and the stuffed goose would randomly appear in different places, even after I'd consciously remembered putting it somewhere else. Every time I'd see it out of place in the house, I'd just grab it again and walk it back into Taylor's room. These things I could ignore. They weren't big enough to throw me off my routine, although I did hate finding that goose everywhere. It felt intrusive. As much as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't get rid of the sense that I was being spied upon in my own home. I think the more I ignored it, the more its insistence for acknowledgement intensified. That's the only way I can describe it. For example, originally when I'd find the goose in different places, it would be on the floor. Then I'd start finding it on the couch and tables around the house. Then finally one night I'm crawling into bed, and as I'm getting under the sheets, the back of my legs feel the unmistakable prickly fur of the stuffed goose. I screamed. It woke up my partner, and it made the neighbor's dog bark. But I'd had enough. And that dog always barks at any time of the night without my help, so I didn't feel bad about that either. I marched that goose directly outside and straight to the trash. As I'm walking out the door, I see my partner in the living room. I ask what he's doing down there, as I could have sworn I'd just seen him in bed a second ago. That realization made me physically sick when it left my mouth. And extra urgent to get that stuffed goose out of the house. I couldn't wait for his response. I ran past him, out the door, to trash it. My partner followed me out and asked me if I had just come from our bedroom upstairs. I tell him, yes, I was just getting into bed, and I found this goose, decided I hated it, and wanted to throw it in the garbage. He looked pale. His eyes looked like they were filling with tears. He goes, I was in bed, but I heard you calling my name from downstairs. He pauses to ask me again, almost pleading with me that I was messing with him. But I promised. He tells me that it was my voice calling him, telling him to come downstairs, although he knew deep down that I was in the shower upstairs. The voice he heard was so convincing that he followed it downstairs. In our house, there is a small hallway that you have to walk through from the bottom of the stairs to the living room. He says that he saw what he thought was me turning the hallway corner into the living room, but he couldn't find me when he got there, and he nearly had a full-on heart attack when I came running up behind him, looking crazed with a stuffed goose. It was a draining experience for us both. I had the chance to tell him all the crazy stuff that had happened with the goose, and that's where I thought all the energy was coming from. The next morning, when Taylor asked where it was, I told her that the goose was infested with bugs, so we had to throw it out. Not my best, but the latter was telling her that it was infested with the devil. Taylor's asleep now. I passed by her bedroom a few moments ago, saw her curled up under the covers, breathing softly, safe. The mug is still on the kitchen counter. I tried moving it to the cabinet earlier, just to get it out of my sight. But I only made it a few steps before something inside of me said nope. Back on the counter it went. I can't keep it, but I also can't just throw it in the trash, not like the goose. She made this thing. She was proud of it. She watched it come to life with paint and glitter and a gallon of glue, even with the eyes. And I saw her face when I joked about all the other mugs being jealous. I gave her that moment. I can't rip it away now. At least, not in a way that she'll notice. So I've been brainstorming. Maybe it accidentally falls off the shelf tomorrow. Maybe it gets a chip and becomes too sharp to keep. Maybe it goes into a donation box and finds its way to a very unlucky thrift store. But it has to go. I know how this starts. Small things, subtle shifts, feelings you try to ignore, until one night you find yourself questioning your own reality while your partner insists nothing is wrong, and your daughter is calling out from her room, saying she saw something move in the hallway. I'd rather deal with the disappointed 6-year-old than open that door again. And I know this sounds crazy, but the longer it stays, the more I can feel it. Not just the movement of the eyes, but something else. Like it's aware of me, the way I'm aware of it. Like it's waiting for me to slip up, let my guard down. No, I've learned my lesson. The mug has to go. Quietly, carefully, before whatever's inside decides to stay. When I was 15, a long time ago, as I'm 60 now, I was growing up in a tiny village called New Galloway, in the wilds of southwest Scotland. One evening, I was walking back from a friend's house when I noticed that the lights were on in the old reading room, a building at least 300 years old. Back then, it was used for carpet bowl games, but I knew that it was the wrong night for that. It should have been shut, yet as I walked closer, I could hear people talking, laughing, the sounds of a game in full swing. Curious and a bit puzzled, I went through the gate and up to the door. Oddly, it was locked. I walked around the side and peered through the window and froze. The room was completely dark and empty. No people, no lights. My heart started racing. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I heard a laugh. Low, chilling, unmistakably sinister. Yet no one was there. In that moment, fear took over, and I ran like hell. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Even now, as an old man, I can say with certainty that laugh was pure evil. I hope I never hear anything like that again. Later, I found out the grim history behind that building. Years earlier, the caretaker had hanged himself from one of the rafters. His body was discovered when people arrived for their weekly bowls game. Even now, I still have nightmares about that night. We saw ourselves drive past, and I still can't really explain how. We passed the exact same car going up a rural mountain road in the middle of the night. It was a very distinct vehicle, so the chances of us being mistaken were much lower, even in the dark. It was a 1985 Dodge Omni with aftermarket spokes on the hubcaps, and one of the doors was a different color than the rest of the car. It was dark, but not so dark that you couldn't make out the details of them entirely. It was us. Me, my friend. And we both seen it. We turned around as quickly as we could and raced back up the mountain to try to catch up with the other car. But since it was such a narrow, winding road, turning around was difficult, and we never found them. We both think it was actually us, from some sort of alternate reality or timeline, something that we accidentally crossed over into. What other explanation is there? When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night, standing in front of my dresser mirror, my reflection staring back at me, my lips moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. The gift is coming. The gift is coming. The words felt rhythmic, almost like a chant. They were what finally pulled me into a full awareness. My mouth was still forming the sounds as I came to. My voice was flat and emotionless. The moment I realized what I was doing, a wave of unease washed over me. I talked in my sleep all the time, still do, but I'd never walked in my sleep before. I remember thinking it was weird, but eventually shrugging it off. I climbed back into bed, and by morning, the whole thing was little more than a passing thought. A couple of days later, my two friends came over. One of them had a Ouija board, which I'd never seen before and I didn't know much about. I played on it with them for a while, but it just spelled out random letters. Nothing made sense. Eventually I got bored and went into my room while my friends kept playing. A little while later, they packed it up, slightly disappointed. They wanted to walk to Dairy Queen instead. As we walked, I casually asked if anything had happened while they were playing. My friends just shrugged. Not really, one said. We were just asking dumb questions about our futures, like, will Heather get a boyfriend? What job will Elizabeth have? Stuff like that. Did it answer anything? I asked them. They both laughed. Not really. Mostly just gave random letters or stopped working. It was kind of lame. I remember asking, did you ask anything about me? Yeah, just a general question, like what does the future hold for Sierra? My stomach tightened for reasons I didn't really know. And I asked them. They glanced at each other before answering. That was actually the one time it spelled a real word. I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to know. What word? Gift, my friend said. Gift. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. I hadn't told anyone about waking up in front of the mirror. I'd barely even thought about it since that night, but now, every detail came rushing back. The words I'd spoken in my sleep. The gift is coming. Something about it sent an unshakable unease through me. But what was even stranger to me at that age was my reaction. Normally, I was quite a talker. If something weird happened, I'd tell anyone who'd listen. But this time, I just said, "Oh." I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about what they'd think. I just didn't want to talk about it. It felt like something that belonged to me alone, something I wasn't supposed to share. I'm 53 now. I only told this story for the first time about a year ago. It still pops into my head randomly, like an unsolved puzzle I was never meant to understand. I don't know if I ever received the gift. Maybe I already have it. Maybe I'll never know. Or maybe one day I'll wake up again, standing in front of a mirror, finally understanding what I've been waiting for. So all of these incidents took place in a matter of 1 week. I never fully recovered from the trauma. I still suffer from sleep paralysis, and I'm too scared to sleep alone. We'd moved into this rental apartment when I was 15. Our wall clock, refrigerator, and TV would just stop working randomly, even during the day. We thought there was some sort of problem with the wiring, called the electrician. He couldn't fix it, or find a problem. This one time my mom had left soup on the stove and was busy in another room. I came out of the shower to see fire coming from the gas regulator, which was unusual. Luckily, I was able to switch off the gas cylinder. The next day, our ceiling fan just fell off. None of us were in the same room, but we sensed something was wrong, but we were too scared to talk about it at the time. Same day, I was up reading after dinner. I got up to switch off the lights and turned back to see a shadow of a man in the dark. I was dumbstruck. I somehow ran through the shadow. I was so scared that I felt sick after that. I didn't just feel sick. I was. I had a fever, and I would faint if I stood up from my bed. The doctors couldn't tell what was wrong. We moved from that apartment, and I got better. I don't know if it was a ghost or what it was, but I still have trouble sleeping because of that time. Last month, I visited my aunt in North Carolina. I was supposed to stay with her for a week, but I only lasted 2 days. She's getting older, and her husband died last year, so I just wanted to make sure she was doing okay. Everything seemed really normal at first. She was in good spirits. We had a nice dinner. And then I went to brush my teeth before bed and realized there was no mirror in the bathroom. It had been taken off the wall. In fact, there were no mirrors left anywhere in the house. I figured it was one of those trauma reactions where she just didn't want to see herself. But when I asked her about it, she said that she had to take the mirrors away because my uncle was haunting her. And not only was he haunting her, he had turned into a demonic, twisted version of himself. Clearly, this was a different level of struggling than I had imagined. I felt out of my depth. It's one thing if she couldn't bear to see herself. It's another issue entirely if she's seeing literal demons. I don't know much about psychology, but I know people handle grief in strange ways. Even so, this felt like it was on the extreme side. I called my dad to tell him what was going on. He asked me to keep an eye on her until he could get there that weekend. Fine, sounded simple enough. She was still eating, taking care of herself, just without mirrors. The next day, I did my best to avoid the topic entirely, and things seemed more normal. My aunt wanted to take me to dinner that evening, so I took a shower and used a hand mirror for my makeup. About halfway through, I put the mirror down to find the right eyeshadow, and when I picked it back up, I saw a gray, rotting face over my shoulder. It shocked me so badly that I threw the mirror across the room and it shattered. My aunt heard the noise and came running. She looked from me to the mirror and knew that I saw it, but didn't say anything. Instead, we went to dinner like nothing had happened. By the time we were in the restaurant, it didn't feel real anymore. The world was going about its business like any other day. It made a lot more sense that I would have imagined the demon face. I was far from home, and all the spooky talk had just got into my head, right? No big deal. On the way home, we stopped at CVS to fill my aunt's prescription, and I secretly bought a new mirror. When we got back to the house, I went to my room and stared into it for half an hour without seeing a thing. Hypothesis confirmed. There was no demon. I was just shamefully impressionable. The next morning, I started putting my makeup on, looked away for 2 seconds, and bam, there it was again, with cloudy, milky white eyes. This time, I managed to refrain from throwing the mirror, but only barely. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't think it's my uncle. That thing, it's something evil. It gave me the cold sweats feeling down to my bones and in the pit of my stomach. Every fiber of me wanted to recoil into a ball and disappear. I took my aunt shopping to get us out of the house, and again, a little time in the real world had me questioning my sanity. I couldn't have actually seen what I thought I saw. It's just not possible. So we got home. I looked in the mirror again, and nothing. But then I looked away and looked back a few times, and there it was, clear as day. I forced myself to keep looking, to really take it in. It was really there. It wasn't some trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. It was there. After a few seconds, a skeletal hand started reaching over my shoulder, and I couldn't take it anymore. The mirror went sailing across the room and broke against the wall. When I finally stopped crying, I called my dad. He didn't believe a word of it, but he definitely didn't want me staying with my aunt any longer. So he left work to come down early. As soon as he got there, I booked a flight home. My dad stayed for 3 days before he got my aunt a new place and listed the house for sale. I talked to my aunt earlier today. She hasn't seen anything since she left that house, so we're hoping whatever that thing was, it got left behind. I feel sorry for whoever buys that house, though. In another timeline, me and my partner most likely wouldn't have gotten married, simply from my horrible first impression of him. Nowadays, his emo fashions transitioned into a comfortable ska surf punk style, and he's about 5 cans short of a 6-pack he once had. But back in our early 20s, Liam went by Lee, and he was a flippy-haired scene kid that indulged in the macabre, with an equally shocking and dark sense of humor. On the inside, he was a soft, gentle boy whose sadness poetically filled a notebook hidden in his closet. Liam truly had and still has a beautiful mind and a beautiful soul. But when we first met, he came off as a total pretentious asshole. Well, he really just came off as a big old drunk. The occasion was for a mutual friend's birthday. It was a house party on a Saturday night. I hadn't planned on staying out too late or drinking too much because I had to work in the morning. Plus, I'd already been there all day to help decorate. The house had a huge sound system in the living room that, for the most part, stayed at a reasonable low muffle from outside. I'm on the back deck giving my hugs goodbye before I get on the road. And as I'm getting ready to leave, a few of Lee's friends were asking around if anyone had seen Lee. With the amount of attendees at the party, I hadn't even known they were there that night until they approached us. Nobody on the deck had seen him. We all shook our heads no. They were both stumbling drunk and couldn't narrow down a time frame beyond them being 100% sure that Lee had been with them when they got to the party. Both friends looked stressed, but I hadn't known Lee well enough to share their emotions, and when they walked away to ask the next group, I wrapped up my goodbyes and left. On my way home, a pervasive smell kept wafting up my nose, so I closed the vents, and that didn't help. So I opened them up and rolled the windows down, and that helped a little. But as soon as I'd rolled the windows back up, this foul odor was immediately right in my face again. I'm thinking that I must have stepped in something or hit a pregnant skunk on the way out, because that was how unbelievably overpowering it was as I drove. The route home was long, and the 2-lane highway was windy with zero visibility past my headlights. Then I started hearing low, animalistic growls that couldn't have been human. The house party I was at was located deep in the woods, and I was literally shaking with fear, thinking, what if I had been smelling a wild animal that was waking up in my back seat? I slowed my drive and pulled over to the shoulder with my hazards on. There was nothing I had to protect myself if the creature would have leapt from the darkness of my back seat, and the dome light was dead center of the front and back seat. I was trembling, reaching my hand out to flip it on. When I did, the car's interior lit up, and I was met with a sight I hadn't expected. There was, in fact, a dirty wild animal waking up in my back seat, but it was of the human variety. Lo and behold, Lee, in a pitiful display of tolerance that night, had shown up to the party already completely wasted. Instead of following his friends into the house to continue the party, he found the first unlocked car to pass out in, and lucky me, he chose the back seat of my Nissan. He'd been puking on the floor of my car for hours possibly, enough for the liquid to pool on the floor below his hanging head. Thankfully, the floor was protected with tough rubber mats, but he didn't keep it isolated just to the floor mats. Oh no, it was everywhere back there. Even spattered on the back window. I didn't want to know how it got up there. It was disgusting, and I was horrified. That moment disrupted all 5 of my senses at once. No, I couldn't taste him, but the smell in my nostrils made it as if I could. The screams I should have been emitting were replaced by dry heaves, watching Lee push himself up to a seating position. This bold Romeo that had just awoken chooses not to acknowledge any of the many things wrong with the moment, but instead, he says, "Hey, baby, you fine. What's your name?" Before I can tell him to get the fuck out of my car, he feels another wave about to hit and dives out on his own accord. My car was already ruined. He might as well have just finished what he was doing in the back seat. It was all the same at this point, but I was grateful for his gesture, I guess. Lee walks a couple of yards into the tall grass and starts the second round of his waterfall impersonations. I'm trying not to look in that direction to give him some privacy, but if I wanted to see a pile of his puke, I could have satisfied my cravings by looking into my back seat. Hell, I could have looked directly up and still seen some. Now, I bet you're thinking, Doris, the story of how you met your future husband is scary, but in a more esoteric way. And that's not what I came here for. Up to now, you would be correct, but this is when an authentic scare happens. One that we can all feel weird about. While Lee's throwing up outside the right passenger door, I'm drum tapping on the steering wheel, waiting for him to finish. That's when, from the opposite side, so on my driver's side window, I hear 3 taps. I thought I'd dropped an eyeliner between the seats because the taps were gentle. But when I glanced in the direction of the noise, there was a man pressed up against my window. If I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, the shock of seeing him there would have launched me out of my seat. There was no reasonable place for this man to have come from. I was parked on the side of a 2-lane highway, dark, miles from any house or business, and it looked like my scream of distress. It made him smile, like his intentions were to scare me, and he got what he wanted. His big, toothy grin only intensified my emotions. I was pretty terrified, but also a little embarrassed now. Keeping my window rolled up, I start yelling at him, "What do you want? Get away from my car." And to this, he takes a few steps back from the window and says, "Hey, you haven't seen a little black dog running around here, have ya?" He was an older man with a straw hat, dressed in a coat too big for his body. Under, he wore a dirty white button-up, thick black suspenders holding up his pants that also looked baggy on him. I shook my head no to his question, and he says, "Yeah, okay. Thanks anyway." From the other side, I could still hear Lee in the bushes. He had no clue what was happening only a few feet away. The man in the straw hat continued to stand there, staring at me. All I could do was stare back at him. Then he finally turns like he's going to walk away, but before he goes, he says the most unsettling thing, all with the creepy smile that never left his face. He says, "I wouldn't be out here too long if I were you. Those red lights blinking like that will attract demons out here." I didn't respond. The man's presence was intimidating, not in the way of a physical threat. He was an elderly, small man, but there was something about him that scared me deeply, internally. From the way he arrived to the way he left, it was like I'd met the devil himself. Then he turned to his left with his hands raised to his mouth to project the sound of his voice, and he called out, "Sandy, come out, girl." He whistled loudly, putting 2 fingers in his mouth. I turned to see if Lee got startled by the whistle, but he was already back in the car. The front of his shirt was covered in puke, and he looked miserable. This time he got into the front seat, and after closing the door, he asked me if I had just whistled. I say no, it was that guy. But as I scan the dark road, left to right, there's no sign of him. Lee never saw him. I could feel the hair on my arm stand stiff, and before Lee could even put on his seatbelt, I turned off my hazards and punched the gas, kicking up the gravel on the shoulder of the road as I got back onto the highway. The man had all but disappeared. I kept looking in my rearview mirrors, hoping my backlights would pick him up, but the road was empty. Lee is in and out of consciousness, trying to give me directions to his house while I'm driving as fast as I can without killing us on the turns. It doesn't end there. A few miles down the road, I have to slam on my brakes. Inertia sends Lee's sleeping corpse into my dashboard. His forehead slightly cracks my windshield. He's groggy, cussing, and confused why I just did that. But this time, my reasoning is undeniable, because we could both see it. There, drenched in my headlights, sitting in the middle of the road, was a little black dog. It didn't flinch as the sound of my tires burning rubber to stop screeched towards it, and it didn't move after I honked a few times. I hear Lee's door pop open. He's about to go out and grab the dog, but before he can, I say nope and drive cautiously, but quickly, around this dog in the road. I'm driving slow, but the moment we're past the dog, I was feverishly looking in my rear views. Sure, it's dark, but it's clear that the dog we'd just seen was now much taller. There was no way that old man made it this far on foot, beat us to this area. But there was no way that was a dog, either. I slap Lee on his chest and tell him, look, and he sees it too. Even in his drunkest, he slurs out, "What the fuck was that?" My foot got a little heavier on the gas. No way had that just happened. Honestly, it had me so rattled, I'd forgotten Lee was in my car. Only 2 minutes away from my own house is when I realized it, and I decided he could shower and sleep on my couch. Someone was going to need to clean my car out the next day anyway. So yeah, My love story and horror story essentially took place on the same night. Lucky me. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some shit, but one of the most terror-inspiring things I've seen are what can happen with some of those loose logs from a logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet into the air. No biggie. Shows up on radar, easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so. It rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by wind and waves, and it looks quite menacing, like giant spears. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes, out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths, waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It's a genuinely terrifying sight, rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen 2 in one season. It's just such a random terror that has the opportunity to fuck your shit up in a particularly terrifying way. I knew there would be somewhere I could send my story. It's the only time I've dealt with someone like this. I didn't even know this condition existed until it was shown to me in all of its unhinged glory. I worked at a fast food restaurant, and as I'm bringing out an order from the kitchen, I have a tray full of nuggets and fries that I'm supposed to deliver to a table. Out of nowhere, the store manager steps in my way looking pissed. He sometimes acted weird, but this was a whole new level of weird. The veins in his neck were bulging while he sucked in air, towering over me. I almost dropped the tray of food, but find its balance before all of the food fell. I say something like, "Whoa, Garrett." Literally something that small. "Whoa, Garrett." And he totally flipped his lid in front of everyone. All of the customers saw it. Everyone working in the back came out to watch him go off on me. It was embarrassing to have him yell at me like that, and I had no idea what he was ranting about. He started by yelling, "Is it really you this time?" I replied, "Yep, it's me." None of us on staff were aware of his condition. We didn't know the signs to watch out for or what to do in a moment of crisis. He says, "Are you sure you weren't the bitch at the store following me around? How long have you been stalking me? I knew it was you dressed up yesterday too, riding my ass in the car behind me." I told him that I take the bus. I even went as far as setting the food on the table to pull my bus pass out of my pocket, but he refused to believe me. The cooks vouched for me that I'd been there all day, but he accused them of being in on it with me, in on whatever story he'd made up in his head about me. Meanwhile, people got out their phones and started recording it. I was thinking I was going to need one of those videos for a lawsuit if things escalated further. He paced back and forth, listing off other instances where he'd seen me, in disguise, following him around. He was threatening to kill me if I kept doing it. A couple of coworkers had to pull him out of the restaurant so he could cool off. He wasn't even scheduled to be working that day. He came in with the sole purpose of yelling at me. He didn't come back that day, or ever again, I think. I quit soon after that went down, but what I heard is that when he left the restaurant, he got into a minor fender bender and ended up beating a lady half to death. He was arrested but mentally unfit to stand trial. The guy had documented schizophrenia. While on his medication, he was able to function. He worked his way up to manager at our store. Nobody knew. But either he stopped taking his meds, or this new diagnosis was something unavoidable. but it's called Frigoli syndrome, and it's scary stuff. First and only person I've ever met with it. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house, alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room. She was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down. Arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. My dad's a long-haul truck driver, and as much as he'd hoped that I'd follow in his footsteps, I chose a different path and decided to major in finance. This year I had to burst the bubble he'd built around the dream of his little girl one day growing up to drive trucks alongside him. To be fair, I never really gave him a reason to believe I'd go that route. I never showed any interest. On top of that, I had a pretty traumatizing experience, the one and only time I agreed to go on a short trip with him. That was 6 years ago, during my freshman year of high school, and it still haunts me. It was the end of my 8th grade summer when my dad told me he was picking up a shipping container to deliver to Buffalo, New York. He wanted me to come along. At first, I declined, but then he sweetened the deal by offering a trip to New York City afterwards to buy new school clothes. After some quick back and forth in my mind, I agreed, which made him over the moon. My dad's a good guy, but was he the most devoted dad growing up? Not really. His career rarely allowed him to be at home, but we had fun when he was. My mom carried the weight of raising 3 kids on her own for weeks at a time, which brought its own stresses. But somehow, she and their marriage survived. I guess I get it. Society expects you to go out and be the breadwinner, but each time you leave, your child grows a little more without your presence. So, what's a father if he's unable to be a father figure? Or, I guess the same for a mother. Anyways, in my case, my dad's a pretty decent guy named John, and even though he may smell a little like diesel sometimes, I'm still glad that he's my dad. That's why I decided to spend a week of my summer with him. It was early in our trip, maybe the second night on the road. My dad was pulling the truck up a steep incline. The engine struggled with every inch of the climb, and through the black landscape ahead, both of us noticed a soft orange glow just over the hill. I had my window rolled down, and the smell of burning gasoline and rubber filled the cab. My dad slowed the truck even more, pumping the brakes as we prepared for whatever was coming. But before we reached the top of the hill, a woman suddenly ran out from the darkness into our headlights. She was waving her arms and screaming, "My baby is still in the car." My dad stopped the truck in the middle of the road, and we both jumped out, running the last 20 yards up the hill. When we reached the accident, the car was wrapped around a tree and fully engulfed in flames. The fire had already spread to the tree branches above. There was no way that we could have saved the baby. The fire had been raging for a while by the time we got there. When my dad pulled out his phone to call 911, I looked around and realized the woman who had flagged us down was gone. Less than an hour later, fire trucks arrived, and my dad moved the truck. Once the fire was out, they found the remains of 2 people. I've never really been someone who thought too much about the paranormal, but after that, and to this day, I'm convinced the woman I saw was a ghost. And as sad as it is, I think I do believe when the baby perished in the fire, they were reunited. And that's why the woman disappeared. She had no reason to stay. She had her baby again. A friend of mine actually shared that theory with me a few years later, and it's what I like to believe happened. Still, it doesn't erase the trauma of the night. Even now, the smell of burning rubber instantly takes me back to the passenger seat of my dad's truck. And that, in part, is why I'm majoring in finance. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. When my mom lived in Texas City, Texas, she worked as a hairstylist in the heart of the city. Her dream was to someday own the salon that she worked at, and this was before I was born. As much as she said that I didn't derail her career plans, I once jokingly apologized for her comparatively boring mom life, and her reaction to the comment was to start crying. Let me tell you, the few seconds of silence we shared were super uncomfortable. But don't worry, after she got her stuttering breath under control, I was like, shit, Mom, that's a fucked up way to react to my joke. She looked up at me, and I don't know if it was my place to start crying, but I couldn't help it. Everything suddenly got really heavy in the room. And then my mom explained herself, beginning with an apology, like, I'm sorry, Gia, I don't know where that came from. Then she was like, well, no, I know where it came from, but I don't know why I just had such a PTSD reaction to it. I'm really sorry, Gia, it's not about you. And then I remember that she lit a cigarette, one where she took a long inhale. She smoked inside all the time, but it looked like she really needed that drag more than the air in her lungs. It looked like she had a deer in the headlights expression while she sat with the ash falling onto the table in front of her. All of this confused the hell out of me. PTSD about what? I asked her. She says, I chose to never work in the city months before you were even a thought. Well, apparently, when my mom was in her early 20s, she would take the bus to and from work, and the salon paid for her bus pass. She spoke like it was a really enjoyable part of her job. She would usually use the time to read a book or look out the window at buildings around her. My mom never intentionally interacted with anyone. Most of the people on that route were fellow entrepreneurs simply going to work. She'd taken that same trip for over 1.5 years, and then one morning on her way to work, my mom finds a seat next to a window near the back of the bus. As the bus fills up, the man gets on and walks back to sit in the seat next to my mom. Though the options were growing limited, there were still some open seats that this guy could have chosen that weren't ones right next to her. But, not being rude, she looks over at him to acknowledge his existence with a smile. It's just a normal-looking guy. Skinny, peppered hair, white shirt, wearing a denim jacket. In her brief glance towards him, she sees that he's already staring at her. And he continued to stare at her after she looked away. She could see his head turned in her direction from the reflection in the window that she was leaned against. His gaze begins to make her skin crawl, and she thinks, if she turns and confronts him and he goes crazy, there's plenty of people close enough to rip this guy off of her before he could do any serious damage. That's what she thinks. So as this guy begins to scoot closer to her, she turns around, asks him to back off, to stop staring at her. Everyone else on the bus is doing their own thing. Nobody's paying attention to her and this guy. His expression didn't change. He wasn't very expressive to begin with, but my mom's request was ignored in his response. The man presses his finger to his lips like, shh, and then he slowly opens up the right side of his jacket. She hears a small metallic click, and in the layer of white wool that lined the inside of the denim jacket, my mom saw 2 grenades hidden near the sleeve. Speaking at a normal level to my mom, he casually tells her, "My name's Hooper. God wants me to blow up this bus. If you scream, I pull the pins and kill us all right now. But I'm trying to wait until we're on First Street. Can you wait until First Street? Come on, lady, it's like 4 stops from now. Please." My mom is completely filled with terror. She can only nod her head in agreement. He had her trapped in the seats up against a window. She saw the people rotate on and off the bus and couldn't believe she wasn't going to do that. It was too much. And as much as she tried to enjoy the view of the outside for her final time, she started to have a panic attack that she mistakenly diagnosed as a heart attack. The shortness of breath and pounding in her chest made my mom start to think that she wouldn't make it to First Street. Thinking her heart would explode before the bus did, my mom had nothing to lose, so with the remaining strength that she had, she used it to shout for help. She stood out of her seat and grabbed the man in front of her before Hooper pulled her back down. But by that point, my mom had drawn attention that she desperately needed to draw. Hooper gets my mom's head in the palm of his hands and starts bouncing it off the glass beside her, calling her Satan's whore. A man standing in an aisle jumps up onto the guy. He pushes the man off and then spins from a sitting position to standing on his feet in the aisles. My mom knew what was going to happen next, and all she could do was watch. Hooper screams, "That's it!" And now he had everyone's attention. He reaches into his jacket, and as my mom starts screaming, he has a grenade. Hooper holds one of them out in front of him and pulls the fucking pin. Everyone on the bus dives backwards on top of each other, trying to get away from the explosive. My mom is pressing her back against a window and begins to scream. Then, after a few seconds go by, Hooper is still standing there with the grenade tightly gripped. His other hand hung frozen in mid-air with the pin in it. The grenade didn't go off. Was it a dud? Who knows? People start to realize what's going on, and my mom sees Hooper begin to scramble for the second grenade, and she screams, "He's got another one." The volume on the bus becomes a crescendo of noise as a boom erupts inside. Those who had their eyes open got to see what happened. My mom says she wishes she'd been one of those who had their eyes closed for a moment just before they opened their eyes again. That boom, it left a ringing in their ears loud enough to believe they had died. Maybe this trauma would have been easier to overcome, but instead, her eyes were wide open. My mom and a handful of others on the bus saw a man in the row adjacent to Hooper. He'd pulled out a large handgun. The bullet went through Hooper's skull, chipped the glass in the window next to my mom's. Hooper's body crumbled to the ground, and another rise and fall of emotion is heard amongst the people on board. Because the bomb or bombs didn't go off, it wasn't newsworthy after the first day. But the people on that bus, including my mom, they see reruns of that day in 4K Ultra HD. So if you ever think, did my mom act like that towards me because she doesn't love me? She might just have some PTSD over some crazy shit that you don't know about that happened to her in the 70s. We didn't have a real Boy Scout or Brownie Scout troop when I was a kid, but we did have a few parents who took kids camping during summer breaks. We didn't earn badges or anything like that. We mostly went hiking and roasted marshmallows with the occasional ghost story. We were a small group, usually a couple of adults and 5 or 6 kids, but there were only 4 of us the last time I went. My friend's dad and uncle had taken us to a spot that we'd been to a dozen or more times. There was nothing new or different about it from any other trips. We had 4 tents, 1 for each of the adults and 2 for the kids. That first night, we went to bed around 10, but only the adults actually went to sleep. After an hour, we were bored and we decided to go exploring. We went back up the same small trail that we'd hiked that morning, one that we had all been on countless times. There was a gnarly, twisted tree that was always used as a turnaround point, but we didn't see it that time. We walked for what felt like too long, and finally realized we didn't see anything that looked familiar. Our flashlights weren't anything fancy, so we had just been pointing them at the ground and talking the whole time. No one had really paid attention to where we were going. Assuming that we passed the tree, we turned back. Again, too much time had passed. We still never saw the tree or anything familiar. It was starting to look like we turned onto a different trail or something, but we didn't recognize anything. We knew the whole area well. One of us should have recognized something. That's about the time that we started hearing movement in the woods. It sounded like a big animal, but the biggest thing that we have is black bears, and none of us had ever seen one around the campsite. We tried to find the source with our flashlight, but the trees were too thick to see anything. Whatever it was coming closer, so we walked away. And then it started running, so we started running. Its footsteps were way heavier than a person's, and we could hear tree limbs breaking as it rushed through the woods. I've never run so fast in my life. I assumed the others were behind me, but I was too afraid to actually look back. I'm not sure how far or how long we ran, but eventually I fell down. 2 of my friends were behind me and stopped to pull me up. That's when we realized it was quiet again. Nothing was chasing us, and we recognized the path we were on, finally. I'm not sure how we got to it. It was a different one from where we started, and they weren't supposed to connect, but we never actually left the trail. We yelled for our missing friend, but he never appeared. It was almost daylight, even though we hadn't been gone nearly long enough for the sun to be up. So we went back to camp. We hoped our friend would already be there, but we only found 2 angry, hungover chaperones looking everywhere for us. It felt like we were gone for maybe an hour or 2, but it had been over 6 hours. We were made to stay at camp while the adults went to look for our missing friend. They were gone for over an hour and came back empty-handed. We called the police after that and spent the rest of the day being interviewed while search and rescue took over. They never found a trace of our friend or anything that could have been chasing us. Everyone treated us like we made the whole thing up, but they never found any discrepancies in our stories. There were no more camping trips after that. Nobody would have wanted to go even if someone had tried to organize one. A lot of people blamed the chaperones, even though they genuinely did nothing wrong. I just have no frickin' clue what happened that night, no matter how many times I tell this story. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her, a young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s, and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom, number 1. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up, and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night, and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. I had been driving for hours. The heat had finally started to give way to the cold as the sun set. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, a thin ribbon of asphalt cutting through a desolate expanse of nothing. No signs of life, just sand, rocks, the occasional distant mountain peak. My old but otherwise reliable car rattled along, sputtering more than usual. I should have gotten it checked before this trip, but I'd been in a hurry. A cross-country drive through the desert. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Escape from everything, a bit of solitude. Now I wasn't so sure. The gas gauge had been inching towards empty for the last hour. I kept telling myself I'd see a gas station soon, but it had been miles since the last one. Probably long closed by now. Suddenly, my car lurched, the engine coughing violently before dying completely. I managed to pull it off to the side of the road, the tires crunching against the sand. I sat in silence while I stopped, gripping the steering wheel, and the realization sinking in. I was stranded, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Maybe it had overheated. But as I stared blankly at the engine, I knew I was in over my head. Mechanics had never been my thing, and the rapidly dimming light really didn't help. I was basically alone in growing darkness. I had driven so far off the beaten path that there were no passing cars, no signs of civilization, and now here I was, right in the middle of nothing. I tried to think rationally, but no phone, no way to call for help. All I could do was wait, hoping that somebody would pass by eventually. But the more time that passed, the hope began to fade. The temperature had dropped sharply, the heat of the day replaced by a biting cold. I rummaged through the back seat for a jacket, pulling it tight around myself as I leaned against the car, listening. There was something unsettling about the silence of the desert at night. Too quiet, too still. Hours passed. Every now and then I thought I heard something, faint, distant sounds that carried on the wind. At first, I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, but they grew more distinct. A soft shuffling, like footsteps crunching through the sand. I tensed up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the desert around me, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the endless stretch of sand and shadows. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, far off just at the edge of the road, walking slowly towards me. My heart began to race, and a chill crept up my spine. Who else would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? As the figure drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that flapped in the wind. Now, standing outside the car, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, are you okay?" No response. The figure kept moving, slow but deliberate. Something was wrong. I backed up, trying to put my car between me and it. My pulse was in my ears. The figure was close now, close enough that I could see its face. But I couldn't really see a face. There was nothing. Just hollow, dark voids where the eyes should be, where the nose should be. The thing, whatever it was, it stopped at the front of my car, its empty gaze locked on me. I stumbled backwards, my legs barely working. It didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and began to walk away, back into the dark. I watched, unable to move, until it was out of sight completely, swallowed by the night. I did not sleep. I stayed in my car, huddled in the back seat, clutching the seatbelt like it was some sort of lifeline. Every sound had me on edge. Every gust of wind sent my heart racing, but nothing else came. No cars, no figures, no help. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The desert was as empty as it had been the day before. The events of the night seeming almost like a dream. Almost. The sun started to cast a harsh light. I took a deep breath and decided that I had no choice but to start walking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat, put on my jacket, and set off down the road. I didn't know how far I'd get before I needed help, but staying in the car felt like waiting for death. I had only been walking for maybe an hour when I heard it, the distant hum of an engine. I turned, my heart leaping as I saw a vehicle approaching, a dusty pickup truck, old but sturdy. It came into view. I waved my arms frantically, desperate for them to see me. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older man, probably his late 60s, leaned out the window. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and had the kind of leathery skin you get from years in the sun. "You stranded?" he asked in a gravelly voice, his eyes scanning the empty road behind me. "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking with relief. "My car broke down back there. I've been stuck all night." He nodded like he'd seen it 1,000 times before. "Not much traffic out here this time of year. Hop in, I'll take you to the next town. We'll get you sorted out." I climbed in the passenger seat. His words were such relief. The warmth of the truck's interior was a welcome relief from the cold desert morning. I obviously didn't say anything to the old man about the figure I'd seen, but I don't think I was out there long enough to be hallucinating. Still, it didn't really feel real anymore. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, though. Something that didn't belong to the world that I had known so far. The next town was only 30 miles away, though it felt like an eternity had passed since I'd seen civilization. The old man dropped me off at a garage where I arranged to have my car towed. The mechanic told me the engine was beyond saving, too old, too neglected. I didn't argue. I ended up taking a bus home, cutting my trip short. I never made that drive again, and I still wonder sometimes, what did I see that night? And has anyone else ever seen it too? I worked at one of the last booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. This is the only real paranormal experience anyone in my family's ever had, but it gives me chills every time I think about it. Back in the late 70s, my mom was staying the night at a friend's house. It wasn't anything unusual, just a normal sleepover. They had hung out, probably listening to records, and then eventually went to bed. My mom was sleeping alone in the guest room, which had a little beauty desk with a mirror against the wall. It was sort of built into it. Sometime in the early morning, she woke up. She wasn't sure why at first, but then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. There, sitting at the beauty desk, was a girl brushing her hair. Half asleep, my mom just assumed it was her friend. It was early. Maybe she'd woken up to get ready for the day. My mom mumbled something, probably a groggy, "What time is it?" or "You're up early." The girl didn't respond. She just kept brushing her hair. My mom wasn't alarmed. She was tired, and if her friend didn't feel like talking, whatever. She rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, she mentioned it casually. Her friend gave her a weird look. I never got up. I was sleeping all night till we got up. It unsettled my mom, but she didn't push it. Maybe she'd been dreaming, Or maybe she just thought she'd woken up. She let it go until she heard the rest. Later, she found out that a girl had lived in that house before her friend's family had moved in, and that girl had died by taking her own life in that room at that beauty desk. It was the only paranormal experience my mom ever had, and to this day, she swears she was awake when she saw that girl brushing her hair. And honestly, I believe her. Very early on a winter morning, my colleague Pete and I were trying to stay inside the patrol car and out of trouble. We were halfway through a week of night shifts that had turned up a dead body on a bus, someone who had choked on their own vomit and fallen asleep on a rear bench, along with a dead body at a bail inquiry, 2 inches of dead flies up against the inside of a window, and an unaliving. We had just dealt with a 2-month-old baby left alone with 2 bottles of milk while his mother got pimped out around the corner at a rough club in Dalston. He'd been screaming since 9 p.m. That's what the neighbors said when they called at midnight. We hoofed in the door. The mother and her madam had been turned up, kicking off and demanding the kid back around 2 a.m. Pete and I had expended quite a bit of energy getting her into the cells. We go back out at the end of the witching hour, 4 a.m. Our skipper promises us the easy stuff, and we get a routine call. Woman heard screaming in the street, with a general location of a tower block not far from us. We get this call several times a night. Most times an area search reveals nothing. Sometimes it's amorous foxes or loud TV. We get this a lot with gunshots. People in tower blocks watch movies with headphones so they can turn the volume right up on an action flick. The headphone lead accidentally gets pulled out, sudden eruption of calls, shots heard. But you never know. We can guarantee at least once in your career, it will be something. In Hackney, in early 2000s, that could be a couple times a year. Well, we find the block, and its L-shaped open-air balcony landings with 3 stairwells, one at each end and another at the junction. We go up the first stairwell, 8 floors, not even the usual rough sleepers, very quiet. We look down each balcony, then across the middle. We planned for one of us to go down each remaining stairwell. A foil to our plans, the balcony had been sealed off with expensive-looking double-glazed partitions, so we had to go back down to ground level. This meant that we had to climb the last stairwell again, all 8 floors. We don't even know if this is where the child's screaming was heard. There's only been 1 call, and all is silent. We were just about to have a discussion on whether we should call it an ASNT, area search no trace, or start climbing. Then we smelt a delicate, flowery perfume. It wouldn't have hung around long, so we start climbing. On the 4th floor, we saw blood dripping down the stairs. Calling for more units and climbing a bit more tactically. We couldn't smell the perfume anymore. But on the 5th floor, wedged upright behind an emergency panel, the body of a young lady. She'd been stabbed several times around the neck, face. A large amount of blood was slowly draining out of her skull, making its way downstairs. As our colleagues are cordoning off the building, we find the victim's purse and driver's license. She has an address on the next floor. We knock on, and eventually, a sleeping flatmate comes out, confirms the victim lives there. With the detectives questioning the flatmate, we search the girl's room and find a bottle of the exact perfume we smelled downstairs. The victim lives alone but has a Russian boyfriend who the flatmate has a bad feeling about. One of the detectives used to work at Heathrow and expedites a trace on this guy's passport. The first flight to Moscow is in about an hour. We return to the station to write up our evidence. As we're going off duty, the detectives tell us the boyfriend was kicked trying to board the first flight to Russia. Bloodied wet wipes were found in a bin near his car, with a bloodied overcoat, where he had vigorously cleaned himself before abandoning the lot in the far reaches of a car park. Pete and I attended the coroner's office for the autopsy. The coroner said that she had died almost instantly, but at least 4 hours before we had found her. We asked about the perfume, and he said no trace was found on her. So, who smelt of perfume, and who screamed less than 15 minutes before we found her? Everyone in the block passed the alibi and attitude test. No one admitted seeing her or hearing any screaming. The call came from a mobile at the night bus stand across the street. All they heard was a scream. I kept trying to tell myself that it was possible that she was wearing the perfume. We just didn't smell it after that initial moment because we were focused on the blood. But the coroner looks for stuff like that, said that she wasn't wearing any. Even then, she must have applied it when she left for work the previous morning. The bottle was still on her bedside. Still, it shouldn't have been so strong to carry down 5 flights. I guess it's also possible a rough sleeper found her, screamed, and ran. But they know if they witness something like this, it's a guaranteed couple of hot meals back at the nick and pick of the lost and found. They can get some shoes, things like that, if they help us out. I don't know. Something about this case, though. I think about that perfume a lot. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine, and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay. I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV Guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen, under the covers, until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, you need to value yourself more, so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. My name is Addie, and today is the 10-year anniversary of my sobriety. To celebrate, I wanted to share a story that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 26 and living in a temporary housing shelter with my friend Monet. To qualify for this housing, you must have no pets, drugs, or weapons on the property. Some of our friends actually said no to the free housing, each for their own personal reasons, most of them being narrowed down to animals or habits they couldn't get rid of or easily conceal. Monet and I had habits that for the most part were hidden very well. Our drugs of choice were alcohol and on occasion a little oxy. Since we snorted the drugs instead of smoking, we didn't have to worry about any suspicious smells either. We were set. It was easy to get past security. Most of the bums working there didn't really care enough to check us, or they felt some kind of way about frisking a woman's body. There was your occasional alpha security guard, usually an older asshole looking to exert his authority. We knew to spot them out, and we would either return clean or wait until their shift ended, which was a bitch most of the time because our plugs didn't like to be out and about in the daylight hours. And they didn't work every night, so we adaptable fiends scheduled our calendars to pick up on odd days, then measured out our stash to last us until the next security switch. The night this happened, it was one of those typical nights. Our plug was the same as always. He hooked us up and we got back to our tiny home, drew all the curtains down real low and salivated over the paper bag holding our belongings. We dig in. How I Met Your Mother is playing on the TV. Before the episode's over, Monet turns the TV off. The mattress where she sleeps sits on the floor almost eye level with me. My sleeping arrangement isn't much better. It's an air mattress that I'd blow up and deflate every day and night. It was better than the hardwood floor of the room, though. I heard a distant sniff-sniff in the room, but I decided I was too zonked to bother with more. Then it becomes quiet aside from the distant city traffic. I don't remember when our conversation stopped, but we must have nodded off one after the other. Okay, now, this part chokes me up every time I retell this, and I've only shared it with a few people because of the circumstances and just how heart-wrenching it was to see. When I told my therapist about it, she blamed it on the drugs I was taking. So did my sister when I told her. They, as well as probably most of you, couldn't fully comprehend what it was like. What I got high with wasn't known to give vivid hallucinations, and I'd never had something like this happen before. But later that night, I woke up. Monet's desk lamp was still on, and when I opened my eyes, I'm looking in the direction of her mattress, and I see that she's sitting in a squatted position, making motions with her hands like she's furiously digging a hole into her bedding. I'm like, "Girl, what are you doing?" Monet stops her digging and turns her head towards me. I'll never forget the expression she had on. She was panicking. She says, "Addie, I can't get back inside. I can't get back." Then she turns her focus back to the bed and keeps digging into the bedding. I'm groggy and trying to process what she said. I move my attention to what she's digging at, and I see Monet, lying there, eyes closed, tucked under the covers. Then, the Monet that was on top of the other one digging is suddenly gone. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I literally did the pinch test just to make sure that I was awake. When I confirmed that I was, I got up and went over to wake up Monet, but she wouldn't wake up. I shook her, shouting her name, but she was totally limp, her head rolling to the side, eyes shut, face pale. My stomach twisted. My heart started hammering in my chest. All I could think of was, she's dying. I can't lose her. Then, without even realizing what I'm doing, I move her onto her side to see if there's anything in her mouth. When it was clear, I laid her back down and I started CPR. I pressed my hands over her chest, pushed down hard, counting under my breath, trying to remember my fleeting training from almost 3 years prior. I was desperate to get her awake, to breathe. My mind kept flashing back to that image. Her ghost or spirit or whatever I had just seen, clawing desperately, trying to get back into her body. "Come on, Monet," I kept whispering. "Come on, you're still here. You're not leaving me." I stopped compressions for only a moment as I fumbled for my phone with one hand and dialed 911. I set the phone down to continue compressions. Once the dispatcher answered, I choked out our location and said, "My friend, she's not breathing. She took something. I need help, please." I didn't even hear the response, just the assurance that help was coming. The seconds felt like hours, every beat of silence between my compressions stretching out as I wondered if I'd already lost her. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought it was too late, she made this terrible, gasping sound, like she was fighting her way out of a nightmare. Her chest heaved. She took a shuddering breath, eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open them, relief crashing over me as I crumbled next to her, my vision blurry from the tears. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later. They loaded her onto a stretcher, asking me questions, but all I could do was nod, dazed, and follow them to the ambulance, my mind replaying everything I'd just seen. I didn't say a word about her spirit. Part of me didn't want to believe all of which I'd just seen. The next few days were a blur. Monet was kept for observation, and I spent hours at her bedside, barely leaving, not wanting to be anywhere else until I knew that she was okay. She was quiet, almost haunted, not meeting my eyes. I wondered if she remembered any of it. Then, a few nights later, when things had calmed down a little, she looked at me and said, "Addie, while I was out, I had the scariest, craziest dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. It was like I was watching myself from above. I kept trying to get back inside my body, clawing, screaming, trying to make myself breathe, but I couldn't. I could feel you, though. You were pulling me back." She paused, her eyes wide and scared. It felt like I was trapped, like I was so close, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break through. Her words hit me like a punch to my gut. It was exactly what I'd seen, the desperate look in her eyes, the way she'd clawed at the bedding, trying to get back to herself. It had been real as the night itself. I saw you, Monet," I finally admitted. "I saw you on top of yourself, like a ghost or something, digging, trying to get back in. That's what made me get up and help you." Neither of us said anything for a while. We just sat there, staring at each other, knowing that we'd shared something that no one else could ever understand. Whatever had happened that night had gone beyond anything I'd ever believed possible. It was enough to get me sober. I actually checked myself into rehab, which is something I had never seen myself doing. Today, 10 years later, I've made it through a decade of sobriety, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that night. Monet and I didn't get sober together. Believe it or not, that experience didn't shake her enough. She'd continue to struggle for the better part of a year. After she got clean, we started talking a lot more, and though we've both moved on, each in our own way, we know that moment saved us, both of us in different ways. Because for me, once you've stood at the edge, when you've seen someone you love clawing their way back from death, it changes you. It should change you. Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, me and my family were at a cemetery visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family, when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost. She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered. And help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least. And Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer. Long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cops started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. this first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up, and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. I got stabbed for talking shit to a junkie that fell into my car when I was driving home from work. In an attempt at an insurance claim, he leapt off the sidewalk into the street and then onto the hood of my car. I was only driving about 2 miles per hour tops because I was making a right-hand turn. I even watched him start walking all fast as I was pulling up. He already had me thinking that he was going to do something dope fiendish on my approach. I made sure my doors were locked before even making the stop. I turn, he jumps and lands on the car, then proceeds to crawl up and roll onto my windshield, cracking it in the process. His stunt didn't shock me like he thought it would. It didn't even surprise me. I was just pissed. So pissed that I didn't use my better judgment. Before I even thought, I should call the police to report this, I was outside of my car in a tirade, telling him to get the fuck off the car. He rolled off onto the ground, dramatically finishing his accident beneath the beams of my headlights. When he didn't respond, I had a moment to think, and that's when I thought to pull my phone out and start to call 911. I glanced down to dial, and in that time, he'd whooshed up from the ground and grabbed me by the collar of my shirt. He looked possessed. Just before 911 connected to the speakers of my car, I felt him jab me in the stomach twice. Then he threw me to the ground before running around my car and down the block he'd originally been coming from. I'm relieved to see him run away, but when I get off the ground, there's a pool of blood where I was, and then I feel a sting. I look down, and blood is still pouring from my lower abdomen, and another spot in my upper abdomen. When he was hitting me, I didn't see anything was in his hands, and there's a lot of blood on the ground and on me, still coming out of me at a steady rate too. I tried to hold the wounds closed by pressing my left arm and the hand over them when I got into the car. The 911 operator is still on the speakers, asking if anyone's on the other line with her. I answered yes, and I told her what had just happened. She asks where I am. I don't know. I'm too woozy to get back out and see a street sign. I should know where I am, but I'm too woozy. The operator started asking me other questions about my condition, but I could barely focus. My energy was depleting fast. I interrupted the operator, told her that I'm going to drive myself to the hospital. She asks me to reconsider, telling me that dispatch was on the way. They've narrowed down my approximate location. They'll be in the neighborhood shortly. With how I was feeling, I decided to risk it, try to make it as far as I could rather than risking them not finding me at all. The hospital was near the freeway that I'd just exited. Turning the wheel is when I really felt the tears in my skin. It felt like there was stretching every time I moved the wheel. The pain was unbearable, and I was almost passing out more from that than the blood loss. That's a different kind of pass out, I found. You squeeze your eyes until a white ball starts filling your vision. You have to open your eyes and really get a grip on yourself not to fall in. Then the extreme tiredness. Reasoning with myself that it's okay to close my eyes for a couple seconds. I'm fighting both urges and about to crash out, but then I see someone sitting in the passenger seat next to me. Later on, recalling these events, I believe I was hallucinating because there was no possible way someone was in the car with me that night. But when I turned my head, there was clearly a woman sitting next to me. She was thin with long dark hair, wearing a long blue skirt and a knitted wool sweater. I'd never seen her before, but I was too weak to question how she got in my car. She was looking out the window, and I was unable to see her face. My glance was pained and quick before I had to focus my blurry vision on the road. The woman asked me, "Where are we going?" But I couldn't respond. By this point, each time I took a breath in or adjusted my body in any way, it sends a surging hot pain through all of my nerves. When I get to the emergency room, I barely have enough energy to turn the wheel into the lot. The wheels go onto the sidewalk and I can't readjust it. I let the car roll its way to the front doors, scraping the bottom of the car on the sidewalk. All I could do after was fall forward on the horn and hope the doctors came out to check on the disturbance. The scene I had made had already evoked attention before pressing the horn, so within seconds, doctors or nurses were banging on my window, telling me to unlock the doors. In my heart, it felt like a countdown clock. I kept repeating in my head, "Move your arm, move your arm." There's a ringing in my ears, and the last thing I can make out audibly is the woman sitting next to me. I hear her say, "Oh." Then the sound of the doors unlocking. Right when the lock sound is heard, the doctors grabbed the door handle and pulled me out of the car. I was rushed into the operating room and apparently almost died while they were working on me. I woke up almost 2 days later in a hospital bed. My sister was with me. She was my emergency contact and my phone. Later, detectives arrived to take a statement. They were never able to find the man who assaulted me that night. I had over 35 stitches and several staples. My intestines or lower bowel were punctured, but everything else was intact. However, stomach surgery and recovery presented their own medical complications over the years. My life had for sure changed after that night. I'd lost the secure and safe feeling that I used to have and take for granted. But as a part of growing and moving forward, the experience has led me to accept that there will be scars I keep on the inside and out that I will have to someday look in the mirror and believe in the reflection I see. Until that point, take it day by day. I'm lucky to have this opportunity to appreciate the world that I could have left. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules and schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the 2nd part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the 2nd floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time. You know, because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team. but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshmen, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend, I'll turn down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sorority saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate. But I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values, and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. Years ago, I started dating this girl named Janie. We sat near each other at work, and I basically fell in love with her the day we met. She lived with her brother in a shadier part of town. Her brother worked late nights and was never at their house. The duration of her staying in that house, I only met him once, which was a plus. But he also owned a big, scary, untrained dog. It stayed at the house, named Spud. This dog was intimidating, and not just because it was a pit bull. The first time I spent the night at her house, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, which was downstairs. When I rounded the corner to hit the second set of steps, there was Spud, standing in a fighting position at the bottom of the stairs, blocking the bathroom, growling intently at me. That was a long night. On the days I'd accompany Janie home from work, she'd get Spud on a leash and we'd take him out for a walk just to get some of that insane energy out. We would take a walk around the neighborhood baseball fields and I'd watch this ridiculously buff animal drag my Janie around. She leans all of her body weight backwards to keep Spud from knocking her off balance as we walk. Each step we take, Spud is up front. His leash is always tight with tension as grass chunks rip up under his massive paws as he lunges and tugs, trying to get every inch. One late night, I'm over watching a movie and Janie needs to take Spud out to go potty before we go upstairs. We bundle up and we go to make a loop around the baseball fields. She and I have done this time to time, plenty of nights, and Janie's been doing it since before we even met. Two objective truths. The area Janie lived in was really bad, like stepping over junkies on the sidewalk getting to her doorstep. Never see a cop kind of place. But nobody was going to fuck with her seeing this monster jumping and lunging at the end of a leash. We brought a blunt to spark at the park. I stuffed almost a full dub sack in there trying to flex for Janie. I'm not mentioning it to try to flex now, but so you can feel the same thing we were feeling at the time. I mean, this was back in the day where you'd have to call up a local dealer who may or may not have weed to sell, who may or may not want to travel or be available on the day that you run dry. You'll never know the struggle we had to go through for a sack of that sweet Mary Jane. Actually, I guess a lot of people probably still do have to struggle for that, but just not me. Anyway, as we're walking down a small hill approaching the baseball diamond, we're planning on going into the third base dugout to light up. But as we're getting closer, Spud lets out a tremendous bark. The sound shakes my attention, and I look away from Janie, panning straight ahead. There, we both see this guy standing on the other side of the field, near the baseball line. He's barely a silhouette against the dark background of the trees and trails. We're continuing forward, but he remains frozen. Spud's just beginning to settle down as we get into the dugout. With the leash still tightly wrapped around Janie's hand, she asks to spark the blunt, and I hand it to her along with the lighter. I'm still keeping an eye on the guy, frozen in the dark. I don't know why we didn't leave. Again, probably because we had Spud there. But just as Janie puts the blunt up to her lips, the man whistles a couple of high woot-woots. Before there's time to blink, Spud is up and tearing ass out of the fenced-in dugout, taking Janie along with him and heading towards the guy. When she falls, the blunt lands under her and gets dragged into shredded dust as her body is pulled across it. But obviously that's the least of my worries, as I'm watching my girlfriend get ripped from this cage by a monster dog while he's trying to attack a strange man that's been standing in the dark. I got up and threw myself onto her just in time to watch Spud rip the leash again. All the strain that was being put on Janie's hand from the leash finally released with a violent pull that breaks 3 of her fingers. She starts screaming, and all I can do is scream, "Watch out," as Spud closed ground on the man. He remained frozen while this dog rushed at him. I for sure thought that I was about to see this man get ripped to shreds. I'm holding Janie and hollering for Spud to come back, come back. Janie tells me that she's fine, but begs me to please go get Spud. So without hesitation, I run towards 2 things that I'm currently scared of. But as I'm running, I notice that Spud is just sitting calmly in front of this dark silhouette of a man. It's so jarring to see that I stopped running. I was close enough now to where I should be able to see the man, but he's still just a body of darkness. I call out again for Spud, but no reaction from either of them. I hear Janie yelling, "Grab him." So again, I head towards the shit that I'm afraid of. Just as I approach, the man drops his hood. His face was normal, but his eyes were not. This man has pitch black eyes. And sure, they could have been contacts, but his whole dressed-as-death thing with a stone-cold face weren't helping matters either. I said fuck it, and I reach for the leash. As I grabbed it, Spud turns around and bites my fucking arm. I drop the leash instantly, and Spud takes off. Janie is screaming for me to follow him, and she stops mid-sentence and just starts screaming in general. I look up, and Spud is halfway across the field, running full speed, heading in the direction of the woods. But even fucking crazier than that, Death Dude is already gone. Janie has now made it halfway to me, and she's crying and yelling, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" I grab her and I say that we can go after him, but he bit me, and she looks at me and says, "That guy just disappeared. Dis-fucking-peared right in front of us. He vanished. What the fuck?" I calm her down and we decide that we need to get ourselves cleaned up and then look for Spud. When we reach her front door, there's Spud, sitting stoic at the front door, just waiting to get let in. Janie is so relieved, so that part makes me happy. But that dog, I don't know. I know it's a shitty thing to assume an animal is evil and all, but there's something so unsettling about that whole situation, all the way up to him sitting there. I did not trust this dog. Oh, and Janie's my wife now, so we still talk about this situation quite a bit, especially the whole vanishing man part. We still have no goddamn idea how to explain that one. But for curiosity's sake, we'd love to know what other people think. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place, and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta. But there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. When I was in high school, my parents worked shifts at the hospital, so I was often home alone at night with my dog. On this particular night, it was around 10 p.m. My dad had already left and my mom was about to head out, leaving me alone for a few hours until he got home. As she was leaving, She pointed to a small pile of t-shirts near the stairs. My dog liked to lay on them, and she said, "Make sure you put these in the laundry hamper." The hamper was in their bedroom upstairs, so I bent down, scooped up the pile, and casually tossed it up the stairs. I didn't aim carefully, just threw it so they would land in the hallway, planning to grab it when I went to bed. My mom said goodbye, gave the dog a few pats, and then left. I called my dog to come upstairs with me, and we walked up together. But when I got to the top of the stairs, the laundry was gone. I checked my room first. Nothing. Hallway, nothing. Finally, I walked into my parents' room, and there it was, the pile of t-shirts, sitting neatly in the middle of the carpet. And trust me when I say, the layout of the house made that impossible. I hadn't thrown it anywhere near their bedroom. It should have landed right outside my door. Even if it had bounced weirdly, there was no way that it could have made it that far, at that angle, without someone physically moving it. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. My dog stood beside me, ears perked, staring at the pile. I hesitated before picking up the clothes, suddenly uneasy. And then I saw something. Underneath the pile, right where it had landed, was a small burn mark on the carpet, slightly larger than a quarter, darkened and sunken in, like something hot had rested there for quite some time. There was no smell, no smoke, just that perfect scorched imprint. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding. I'd been in this room every day. I would have noticed this mark before. I didn't really know what to do, so I just grabbed the laundry, tossed it in the hamper, and got ready for bed as fast as I could. I tried to sleep, tried to push it out of my mind, but I still think about it all the time, and I still don't have an explanation. I was just 18 and working as a healthcare assistant on a large medical surgical ward. My mother and my dad's sister both worked at and trained at the same hospital, though not the unit I was working on. A family friend, Jen, one of the best nurses I've ever worked with, worked nights, and I was working with her. It was after the midnight rounds. A woman, about 50, had been admitted to room 205 that day. She was waiting for exploratory abdominal surgery. These were the days before MRI scans, and undiagnosable abdominal problems often resulted in open surgery. We had just sat down. The nurse's station was in the middle of the long hall, and all of the rooms were easily visible. The lights flickered. No big deal. Then, a shadow moved down the hall and stopped by room 205, where it lingered. Jen hit me on the arm and yelled, "Get the code cart and bring it to 205, now." Jen ran for the room. I got the cart. The other nurses heard us and headed there too. "The Angel, it's a code," Jen yelled to the other nurse. She said, "I'll get the doctor." Jen was doing CPR. In an instant, the room was filled with people, and I went into the hall. There was a gentle breeze, and just outside the door, a darkness. Suddenly, the hall got bright. Just at that instant, I heard, "She's gone. Call it." The lady had an aneurysm and had died. I was a bit shaken. As Jen and I prepped the body, I said, "How did you know?" She said, "That's the Angel. When you see her, run. The patient is dying. Did you see her light up?" I told her I didn't see anything, just that it was dark and then light. She said, "When it goes like that, they're gone. Some people think that it was a nurse who worked here and that she's still on duty." I thought she was being a little silly, and in my head, I decided it was just faulty fluorescent lights and my own anxiety. But I asked my mom, and she said, "Ask anyone. They all know the Angel." Fast forward 6 years, and I'm no longer an HCA, but a healthcare professional myself. I'm on the same ward as a patient. My gallbladder hated me and decided to act up. I'd had it out, the old-fashioned and miserable way. I was really uncomfortable. So although it was late, I was watching TV. The lady next to me was an elderly lady who had broken her hip. She was sleeping peacefully. I became aware of a dark cloud over the TV screen, which was on the wall over the foot of the bed. I felt a gentle breeze. I yelled at the top of my lungs, 208, the angel. The darkness paused and softened. I felt an amazing sense of calm, then chaos as everyone burst into the room. The lady next to me was in respiratory arrest. The darkness lingered. Then, instead of flickering light as it did before, it just faded. I felt calm and at ease, and my pain had lessened. They started to roll the lady out on a trolley. Your roommate is going to the ICU, they told me, as they moved my bed to push hers past. Jen was on and came from the other side of the curtain to straighten out the room. You saw her? I nodded and told her that I saw a shadow, but it felt so calm. Well, she was just in time. How did you know? Did she wake you up? I told her I'd been watching television and a shadow moved across it. She laughed. It couldn't be. We turn off the televisions at 10. It's nearly 1 a.m. I looked up. The TV was off. My headphones in the drawer. I have no idea how I saw her. I don't know that it was a her at all, but it was something, and it was there. And it was there either to usher someone on with calmness or to give them a chance. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a nurse's instincts, but maybe it was just someone who took her work so seriously she stayed on long after life left her, looking after those who needed her. All I really know is I felt so calm and strengthened and not at all afraid in the presence of whatever it was. I live in an area pretty close to a park and a retirement facility, so my neighborhood is, for the most part, pretty uneventful. It's nice by all accounts. Next door to my building is a large field. Sometimes on the weekends or even in the evenings after work, I see random groups of people playing games of soccer, hosting some sort of team workout event if it's still light out. Outside of those kinds of things, the park is relatively empty. I like to walk there in the mornings, just basically a few laps around the perimeter of the field. At the far end is some woods, and it's just kind of calm. At night, I do sort of avoid it because it's pretty dark. No lighting system around the area besides the buildings. So, a few nights ago, I was out for a late-night walk. I was enjoying the freezing cold that is the winter right now, and the peacefulness of the practically empty but still well-lit streets. I was about to pass the field on my right, heading towards my go-to convenience store, when I noticed a figure in the distance, crouched down. At first, I thought that it was a stray dog, wandering aimlessly in the night, stopping to sniff something. I'd never seen one before, but it seemed possible given its stature. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to approach the dog. Cautiously, of course, but as I got closer to the thing, something felt off. The dog seemed to look less like a dog the closer I got, so I stopped moving. Then, it stood upright on its hind legs, its eyes fixated on me. Were they glowing or just really bright colors? I guess I don't know for sure. I just stood, frozen. I was unable to comprehend what I was witnessing. Even now, how do I describe what I saw without it sounding absurd? It's not possible, I don't think. This dog, or whatever this thing was, with a dog-shaped head, dog-shaped feet. To my horror, it began to walk backwards a few feet. Then it stopped abruptly, turned its body to the right, and continued walking backwards into the field and out of view. I'd have to pass whatever the hell this thing was in order to get to my destination, or I could just go home. I recalled its movements. They were unnaturally smooth. I recalled it staring at me. A strange sensation had washed over me. It was as if I had been pulled into a trance. I couldn't move, couldn't escape the gaze of those eyes. It was only a few moments that felt like an eternity. I had already decided that I was going to turn around and go home. It was the obvious choice, and I was making my way when I heard a horrifying howl, more like a guttural, loud growl. It was distant, but not by much. Something told me that something was terribly wrong. Call it instincts, or maybe that's just what deep fear feels like. I picked up my pace and I was running. I don't run, not for exercise, but I booked it like never before. Panic had just kind of taken over. I didn't stop until the growl was completely gone and I was at my own door. I've played the whole series of events in my head 1,000,000 times. I've tried to draw this thing. I've tried to compare it to things that I've seen online, and truly I just have no idea. I'm just insanely curious and a little terrified, wondering, what did I see that night? If anyone knows something or has any ideas, please, I welcome you to shed some light on this new mystery that seems to haunt me all the time now. I ordered the most beautiful 1800s brush and comb set with silver in it from a well-known antiques dealer in 2001. I was so happy with it that I immediately put it out on my dresser. The next morning, my husband told me that he had the most horrible dream, and when he told me about it, I was shocked that it sounded like we had the same dream. Someone, a man in a bowler hat, standing over him, strangling him. I couldn't scream. He couldn't scream. It was the most bizarre collective experience we've ever had. After our initial discussion and shock, we didn't think much about it because what can we do, really? We didn't have any more weird dreams for a few days, but later that same week, our dogs refused to go into the bedroom. This was insane because our dogs always slept with us in our bed. Except now, they would snap at you if you tried to force them. And then the dreams started again. About a week later, I was downstairs while my husband went to bed early with a horrible headache. When I went up to bed, there was the man in the bowler hat bending over my husband, the same man from our dream. He looked at me and instantly disappeared, almost like he glitched away in the blink of an eye, yet I never blinked. The dogs had followed me and they were barking like crazy. When I woke my husband up to tell him what had happened, he told me he was having that same dream. I decided to call my priest, and I told him about what had been going on. He asked me if we'd brought anything new into the home recently, possibly any antiques. I told him nothing except my hairbrush set and that it was from New York, from a reputable dealer. He told me not to sell it because we might give the demon to whoever bought it. Demon. I was speechless. Actually, I was kind of a wreck. After calming me down some, he told me to get a small box and completely fill it with salt so that nothing of the set was touching cardboard, just salt, and then to take it way into the woods and bury it extremely deep. When I told my husband, he got excited and anxious, telling me, "Do you remember when we bought it? There was salt all in the package." He was right. At first I hadn't been sure what it was, but that's exactly what it was. So we hurriedly bought 5 pounds of salt and buried the box deep in the Smoky Mountains where hikers wouldn't find it. I never bought another antique from eBay. We never had another nightmare. Our dogs went back to sleeping with us like nothing happened. And we never saw anything else in that house. It sure made us start praying again, though. So I moved in with my first girlfriend, but I may have gotten in over my head. She believes in ghosts, horoscopes, psychics, all that stuff. I thought it was cute until she said she had a demonic spirit attached to her. And just to be clear, I didn't believe it, but I believed that she believed it. You see what I'm saying? As far as she's concerned, there's genuinely a demonic presence connected to her. Yet she chose to drop that bombshell on our first night living together. That's messed up either way, right? But I didn't want to fight, so I tried to avoid the subject entirely. It wasn't so bad when she explained what to do should she start sleepwalking or having a nightmare. But then she started talking about speaking Latin or walking around with a weapon. I'm sorry, what? No. We'd already been together for over a year. She never mentioned a word about any of this. Yet now I had to worry about being attacked in my sleep. It felt like my life was in danger. But then 4 months went by and nothing happened. Our relationship was doing really well. And then I woke up to see her standing over me, 2 o'clock in the morning. She looked like a corpse, pale, stiff, and slack-jawed. I said her name, but she didn't react at all. She just kept looking down at me with a blank stare. Her eyes were cold and lifeless. It took me sitting her down and calling her name several times before she came around. Once she did, she had no memory of standing over me. We went back to sleep without ever really talking about it in detail. And 3 nights later, I woke up to Cassie having some kind of seizure. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she convulsed for I don't know how long. I did everything as previously instructed, and she came around fairly quickly. She didn't talk about it to the extent I wanted, but she warned me the next few weeks might get intense. I really didn't know what to think. She isn't much for practical jokes, and she's definitely not the type to fake something for attention. Well, I didn't have long to wonder. A couple of nights later, I woke up to the sound of soft whimpers. It reminded me of when you try to scream in your dreams, but nothing comes out. I intended to wake her up, but her eyes were wide open, fixated to the ceiling, with a look of pure horror on her face. I followed her gaze, still half asleep myself, and I let out my own startled scream at the sight of a large black figure looming over us. Its head was nearly touching the ceiling as its long body stretched down to the floor on Cassie's side of the bed. I flailed around so hard that I fell onto the floor myself, taking the lamp with me. When I finally got a light on, we were alone in the room, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. My girlfriend was still staring straight up where the figure had been, and she remained in an almost trance-like state until I pulled her upright. Once she snapped out of it, she began apologizing and crying. I felt helpless. On one hand, she clearly wasn't faking or mislabeling whatever had just happened. But I was a lifelong skeptic. What did all this mean? Once Cassie calmed down, I was able to think a little more clearly, and I searched the house, just in case someone was inside. They weren't. Not a single item was out of place, and the house remained locked tight. At that point, it was almost 4, so we just made coffee and stayed awake. But nothing else happened until later the following evening. We were watching a movie in the living room when a picture frame fell from the mantel and shattered. We don't have any pets. There was no air blowing or any draft. And that photo had been sitting there since the day we moved in, without issue. I wasn't ready to blame it on a demon quite yet, but Cassie was certain. Then, in the middle of discussing it, the bathroom door opened slowly by itself. It's an old house. Every door and floor creaks just a little different, and I recognized the sound before I saw it. Sure enough, It had opened all the way and came to a stop against the back wall. As we stared into the empty room, the lights began to flicker. I went towards it, but Cassie pulled me away, saying the best thing we could do was ignore it. Still, I can't just ignore something like that so easily. A few hours later, she'd fallen asleep watching YouTube, so I returned to the guest bathroom to find the door shut and the lights off. But we hadn't shut the door. Over the following week, we had a bunch of minor incidents like this, along with strange banging and other noises, but the thing that broke me happened closer to 2 weeks later. I was finishing a movie on the couch while Cassie slept. I suddenly began hearing voices. One belonged to my girlfriend, but she sounded almost childlike, pleading, while the other sounded completely inhuman. I couldn't make out any of the words it was saying. The voice was too low and distorted. If we had cameras, I would think that someone with a voice changer hacked us, but we don't have anything like that. Trust me, I know exactly how easy it is to write this stuff off as someone's inability to understand the range of a human's voice, but this was not a person, and it definitely was not my girlfriend. I ran to the bedroom to see another tall, hulking figure who was looming over her. I froze in the doorway. She was sitting up, leaning against the headboard and hugging her knees, sobbing. I could hear what they were saying now, but the demon's words weren't English. It was unlike any language I've ever heard. I've never seen someone so frightened, so desperate to escape. Cassie would have backed straight through the wall if the headboard wasn't in her way. I ran into the room on pure instinct and adrenaline, hitting the lights as I went. As they came on, the dark figure vanished into thin air, while I was knocked backwards as something collided with my shoulder. Before I could even process that, Cassie started calling my name, snapped me out of my stupor. It took a minute to calm her down. We stayed up for most of the night, and it was really hard for me to re-examine everything from a believer's perspective. It was like having two different people in my head, each arguing their own indisputable yet opposing facts. That was a few days ago now. Nothing else has happened, and I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore, lest it feeds the demon more energy. But I can't have this major shift in my belief system and just not talk about it, ever. If ignoring it is the only way to make it go away again, then I'd love to do just that. But I can't ignore it until I've come to terms with it first. Hopefully, this does that. I know there's people with similar experiences out there, and I hope this reaches some of you. Cassie would kill me if she found out I posted this, but what else could I do if she won't talk about it? I flip houses for a living. In my most recent project, it's haunted. It sounds horrible, I know, but when you do this for a profession, you gotta go for the best deal. And that sad reality is, nothing sells cheaper than a murder house. By the time you change its appearance, the community has moved on, and you can sell for a mint. Obviously, the market and location are important, but we're not doing a masterclass here. My most recent purchase was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on half an acre's plot in a nice neighborhood. The inspection was favorable, so I never personally went inside until after closing. I've definitely started with much worse. Most of these upgrades will be purely cosmetic, which is pretty rare. The couple who previously owned the house had 2 girls, ages 4 and 8. The husband was leaving his wife for someone else, and she decided that he would never see the children again. Several neighbors heard their argument. It spilled into the front yard as she chased her husband to his truck, throwing picture frames as he fled. Shattered glass covered the driveway when it was over, and she went back inside without glancing at the small audience that had gathered. They'd lived in that house for 15 years, and everyone knew them well. No one expected what would happen next. It was during summer break, and the wife had a work-from-home job, so no one thought much of it when they didn't see her for a few days. Everyone assumed that she was just taking time to herself. It was 3 days later when the husband returned to find the bodies. The children were each in their beds, as if tucked in for the night, but the medical examiner ruled that they most likely died shortly after their father left. The youngest was drowned and moved to her bed, while the 8-year-old suffered multiple stab wounds that likely began while she was asleep. Afterwards, the wife put on her finest dress and jewelry, and then she took a lethal dose of her prescription medication. The whole community mourned their loss. Almost every house in the neighborhood had children who played with the two sisters. There's a park a few streets over where a memorial had been placed in their honor, and I see people stopping there regularly, even a year later. The story is indeed tragic. They all are. My heart goes out to the family's loved ones. But no matter how much bad juju is associated with a location, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal or unusual. A house is a clever arrangement of wood and nails that protects us from the elements, or so I thought. Now I don't know what to believe. A lot of clothes and random effects were left behind, so my first order of business was to box up everything for donation. Once I finished with all the other rooms, I moved on to the bedrooms. That's when shit started to get crazy. In the master bedroom, I was emptying a dresser when a small ring holder fell from the shelf and hit me in the back. Only it didn't seem like it just fell. It hit me weirdly hard for a short drop. Plus, I hadn't touched that shelf or even the wall. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I thought someone was in the house with me, but I searched every room without finding a soul. The second kid's room was colder than the rest of the house. I packed it quickly and hurried back to the master bedroom, but it was like the cold followed me. I opened the closet and began tossing everything into boxes, but then that door slammed on my hand. Before it could stop throbbing, a set of footsteps crossed the room right behind me. I felt a light breeze as they passed, but no one was there. I suddenly felt dizzy and sick to my stomach. For a minute, I thought I was going to puke, but then everything was just normal again. I felt fine. The room wasn't cold anymore. But then, there was a loud crash from the living room. The boxes I previously stacked were spilled onto the floor. As I cleaned the mess, one of the hallway doors began opening and slamming over and over. I've never loaded so much so fast into my truck. When I was finally backing out of the driveway, I saw a shadow standing in the window, watching me leave. There's nothing about this experience that I can explain. Now, I have to go back this weekend. I can't afford to hire someone for cleaning and cosmetic work, but I'm hoping to have a few friends come along. I really don't think I can go into that house alone again. I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond, because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. When my dad died in 1979, it was sudden and without warning. He was entering his bedroom to lay down and take a nap. My aunt and I heard the thud when he hit the small rocking chair and then the floor. I looked at him and knew that he was dead before he hit the floor. His routine each morning, starting at 5 o'clock, he got out of bed, got dressed, then walked through the living room, through the small swinging doors into the kitchen. He would go over to the chair between the small table and kitchen counter, plug in his coffee pot, sit down, and wait for the first cup to brew. When he pulled the chair out, it always made a slight scraping sound. After the funeral, I stayed on for a while in the back bedroom, just down a short hallway. The first time it happened, I wasn't sure how to react, nor if it had really happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, I came awake with the realization that someone was in the house. I crept out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and tried to silently head toward the living room. The telephone was there, and I could call the police. When I got there, no one was there. I searched the house over. No one. I went back to bed thinking it must have been a dream. I was also coming down with influenza and figured that I had hallucinated. 3 nights later, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake listening to footsteps. I had just gotten out of bed when I heard the swinging doors of the kitchen. I managed to sneak down the short hallway, flipped on the light, and nothing. Okay, and this went on for the rest of the week, until finally I just lay in bed, listening to the sounds, and then it took a horrific turn. I heard the chair at the table scrape out, and then the smell of coffee brewing filled the air. I could even hear the coffee pot brewing. I just lay there in bed, not knowing what to think, trying to not start screaming. Why, I'll never know. And after a few minutes, there was silence and no coffee smell. This went on for 3 nights. I called a friend of mine to come over and spend the night. I told him that I was trying to just recover from my dad's death and needed someone around. He agreed. He woke me up the next morning a few minutes after 5. "Billy," he whispered, "there's someone in the house." I calmed him down and told him to just sit on the bed and wait. And sure enough, we heard footsteps into the kitchen, the scrape of the chair, and the strong smell of brewing coffee. He quietly followed me in the dark to the kitchen. I turned on the light, and nothing. The coffee pot was not on. The chair hadn't been moved. The next move was quick and decisive. Robert was dressing, heading out of the bedroom door entrance to the outside, and he says, "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here." After 2 more days of the visits, I walked into the kitchen, stood in the middle of the floor, and shouted, "Dad, you can't keep doing this. You're dead. You died. Please, I love you and I miss you, but please go away. Go wherever you're supposed to go. I can't keep going through this with you." And then I broke down and cried like a baby. The visit stopped at that moment. No more. I've often wondered if sometimes when we die, if it's monstrously sudden, do we realize that we're dead? Do we try to continue on as if nothing out of the way has happened? Do we have to be told that we're dead and that we need to move on? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I do know what I experienced, and I know that Robert would never set foot in the house again, and he would never talk about that morning. I worked as a cook at a hospital. The kitchen facility was always dark, and I was usually alone when I got there. It was an eerie feeling, being the first one to arrive, prepare breakfast in a dimly lit space. But I never thought much of it until one morning, when things took a turn. As I started to prepare the food, I noticed that items I needed were mysteriously going missing. It felt as though someone was playing a trick on me, moving things around when I wasn't looking, but I was alone. Still, I called out, searching the kitchen, but no one was there. Eventually, I brushed it off as my own mistake, absent-mindedness. But the strange occurrences continued. They happened every day. I was beginning to feel frustrated while also rather unnerved. So, I decided to mentally mark the location of each item before taking my eyes off of them. To my surprise, even with being constantly vigilant, the items still went missing or were misplaced. It became clear that something was trying to communicate something with me, but I couldn't comprehend the intentions. One day, I guess I was visibly distressed or more distracted than usual. A coworker, who's also a friend, noticed and asked what was going on. I hesitantly shared my experiences, and to my relief, she responded and said, "It's happening to you too?" We realized that the same unsettling events had been occurring to her as well. The two of us discussed the strange happenings, trying to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, there was this janitor who worked at the hospital, someone who had always given me an uneasy feeling. There was something peculiar about him. He had an intense fascination with rats, but it went beyond the love and adoration people have for them. He seemed to worship them, proclaiming that humans were the real rats. His obsession with the creatures made me feel uneasy, but Out of fear, I tried to make peace with him, always being polite, greeting him whenever I met his presence. Still, he wasn't friendly, only shooting me sarcastic smirks in response. Oftentimes, I felt like he was leaning into his creepiness, trying to create more unease. One morning, driven by curiosity and suspicion, I found myself outside the janitor's closet. As I peered through the slightly ajar door, I witnessed a sight that both terrified and confused me. The janitor was inside, surrounded by a shrine of rat photos and memorabilia, chanting words that I couldn't understand, but I knew them to be Latin. I was much less stealthy as I quickly moved away from the door and back to my area. How was something like this allowed to take place inside a hospital? From that moment on, the activity in the hospital escalated. I couldn't help but feel like it was my fault. I shouldn't have gone snooping. And did he know? The thought scared me, but I remained my normal self, kept up with my greetings, etc. Things continued to go missing, but now, whatever entity was haunting me seemed agitated. It would slam oven doors, knock objects off shelves, all in my presence. I tried my best to set aside my fear and carry on. This wasn't a job I could afford to lose. But then I started hearing a voice that could only be described as demonic. It called my name, taunting me, filling me with a sense of dread like I've never felt in my life. Still, to this day, I've never felt such a feeling, and I survived a major flood in my hometown just 2 years later. This feeling, it goes unmatched. Desperate for answers, I sought out my friend to explain the escalating events. As we spoke, the janitor appeared, staring at us with an intensity that gave us both chills. While walking away, my friend made a comment to the janitor, almost mocking him for his obsession with rats. I don't know why she did this, but right as she did, I grabbed her arm, trying to convey that she should stop. Before he walked away, he turned, cast a malevolent gaze at both of us. Suddenly, the top of the coffee pot in front of us started shaking violently before flying off, landing directly in front of the janitor. Things only got worse from there. A shadow began to manifest, initially appearing in various rooms, but whenever it entered a room, the patient inside would go into a cold blue, often resulting in their demise. It was a horrifying pattern to witness, with the shadow seemingly having a real influence over life and death. Are we the only ones that were seeing this? No, we weren't. One nurse had deemed the hospital haunted, but didn't liken it to the janitor himself. It's always been haunted, she said very nonchalantly. But then there was the doctor that had had a disagreement with the janitor. Moments after their encounter, an obvious and loud one outside of an OR. The doctor, who had been in perfect health, seemed to suddenly collapse to the floor, writhing in pain from kidney stones. It is possible it's completely unrelated, but I didn't like the pattern I was seeing. It was becoming increasingly harder to ignore, increasingly harder to hide my fear. My friend didn't appreciate how scared I had become at work, daily, so instead of taking my advice and ignoring the janitor, she seemed to antagonize him further, telling him to take his voodoo elsewhere. He only laughed, but he would walk by her and shake his hands at her like he was casting some sort of spell, and then would continue laughing as he walked away. My suspicions of the janitor, they grew stronger when he asked me about my friend. He specifically mentioned the rude comment that she had made about rats in his presence. Was he trying to tell me something was wrong with her? Panic consumed me as I frantically searched for my friend. Eventually, I discovered that my friend had experienced a family emergency. The timing and the strange events surrounding it made me question whether the janitor had somehow manifested something evil through his bizarre practices. In the end, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty, I made the decision to quit my job at that hospital. The experiences I had endured in the presence of the janitor, they tainted my perception of the entire place. As I left, I couldn't help but wonder if the janitor had really unleashed some sort of malevolent force. But I felt extreme relief, never stepping foot in there again. A story from my shameless youth. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. Every pawn shop knows me from those days. All of us go way back. If I walked into any of those places and the same people were still working there, they'd look upon me with a familiar, light-hearted gaze. They'd see through the wrinkles I've acquired over time. They'd remember my bright blue eyes as I batted my lashes, trying to act cute while haggling over a couple dollars difference when the man behind the counter lowballed the 4 VCRs my boyfriend recently shoplifted. I think I got $30 that time. Shoplifting at the mall wasn't all my boyfriend did. His main gig was parking lot smash and grabs and the occasional home invasion. He didn't usually share how he acquired the things he stole. Our little apartment was filled with the useless shit we couldn't pawn. Some nice things we wanted to keep, but most of our surfaces were cluttered with junk. Incomplete sets that would be worth triple if one more piece was found. Machines a few parts short before they'd be back to new again. That kind of stuff. A lot of it. He once came home with a beautiful pearl necklace that, to this day, I believe was haunted. Something had attached itself to that necklace, and it wasn't happy about us being the new owners. The pearls were placed in a vanity drawer that I would find fully opened again and again after consciously knowing I closed it the time before. It was a drawer that I never used, and yet I'd leave the bathroom and it would be open by the time I returned. The incidents didn't stay isolated to the pearls, because once the presence was acknowledged, it became real. I got home from work one night. Boyfriend was sitting on the porch, freezing cold, smoking a cigarette. I asked what he's doing out there. He looked even more disheveled than usual. I jokingly asked if he got a lace joint, trying to break the weird silence and get him to open up. He tells me why he's standing out there, but his stoic face didn't melt. He had rings under his eyes like he'd been crying, and his eyes teared up again when he told me what happened. He'd only gotten home about 10 minutes earlier. When he walked inside, our bedroom door on the opposite wall was open, allowing him to see directly into our room. He said he made eye contact with someone hiding under the bed. He thought it was me until the figure quickly crawled backwards, pushing further under the bed until it disappeared. Where it retreated to would have been impossible with the way that our bed was positioned against the wall. I don't know if his story made me paranoid, but a few days later, after I'd gotten out of the shower, I was toweling myself off near the bed, and I felt cold fingers grab one of my ankles. The cold grip surprised me, and its release was as sudden as its grab. I thought my leg had become tangled in cords at first, but after I kicked, I didn't feel a weight lifted away. It was like I was kicking out of something, rather than kicking something off to untangle. Like lifting your leg out of long, wet grass or mud. I felt the tension pull back just before it let go. I took the towel off my head and looked down. Nothing was near my feet that I could have unconsciously wrapped my foot in. I was rushing to work that day and didn't think anything past it being a minor inconvenience that I forgot about during the next preparation task. Boyfriend was already shaken up, so I didn't add my story to his. What he'd seen scared him enough to make him not want to go into our bedroom, unless absolutely necessary. We slept on the living room couch for a few nights after that, until I could convince him to use our bed again. Neither of us associated the pearls with what was going on yet, I believed something strange and was leaning towards something paranormal, especially with the vanity drawer, but the necklace hadn't been the obvious culprit until I wore it. There was a handful of times, I swear, it felt like it was snagged from behind and it pulled up to my neck, right under my jaw. I would also slowly develop a rash that resembled burn marks around the areas where the pearls made contact. When the welts formed, I treated it like an allergic reaction. Allergies had never been a problem for me, but there could have been a chemical on the necklace that irritated my skin. The rashes wouldn't clear up. No matter what creams or pills I used to treat the bumps, they had no effect. The pearls were tossed back into the vanity drawer, and I'd continue the routine of finding it open and closing it when I used the bathroom. Then, on one of these visits, I happened to glance down into the extended drawer and saw that the necklace was missing. My boyfriend didn't take it. I don't know how long it's been missing since I noticed. Closing the drawer became such an absent-minded task, I usually just bumped it with my hip while I turned off the lights. Footsteps would trail around the apartment when we were alone and the other one was at work. It never felt like we were the only ones there. The apartment felt like a gloom had moved in that we'd never shared as a couple up until that moment. The atmosphere was depressing, with no obvious reason as to why we felt so down. I started waking up with migraines after experiencing extremely realistic and scary nightmares. My boyfriend's sleep was becoming interrupted, equal to mine. He was woken up when I started screaming in my sleep on account of the terrible dreams I was having. I'd either wake myself up from this or he'd have to jostle my body in order to stop my screams. We wanted to move, blaming all the misfortune on our apartment being haunted, but unfortunately, we couldn't break the lease. We were also broke. We needed to save up for these changes. A retail worker and professional burglar don't make as much as one may think. First and last month's rent couldn't be scrounged together or pawned overnight. Our living room walls were decorated with neon signs that would all flicker together. None of them had settings to do anything but stay glowing. So why were they doing this now? A smaller glass piece that was shaped into a baseball glove would fall off of its fastened hook and crash into the other signs like a house of glass cards. All but around 3 or 4 survived. The rest became sharp slivers in the carpet left of the front door. The hook that held up the neon glove was still in the wall, meaning this neon piece of art would have had to have been lifted straight up and over its hook in order to fall off. The destruction happened when we were sitting in the living room watching TV together. Boyfriend had been collecting these neon signs for years. He'd even had pieces that he'd paid for with his own money hanging on that wall. Our lease was up in 5 months. During that time, we waited patiently while our home felt more and more like a haunted house. It used to be nice coming home. Now we'd dread when the other one had to leave, and we'd never looked forward to going back after our shifts ended. A coworker of mine had a litter of puppies that she was trying to adopt off. Boyfriend and I thought about getting a puppy. We decided that it would brighten up the somber feeling we were having. The next afternoon, I brought home a little lab mix that we named Biscuits. He's a very energetic pup and insists on smelling around each and every corner of his new surroundings. Our attention and affection is spent all on Biscuits, and we can't help but feel cheerier the moment he enters the apartment. That night that we brought Biscuits home, he's wandering around in the bedroom. I'm out in the living room. Boyfriend goes to work. The TV's on low and I'm playing on my phone. I hear Biscuits whimpering, and his whimpering is becoming more strained, and I get up to see what he's gotten into. I make a couple loops around the apartment and realize this puppy is nowhere to be found. I started frantically crawling around trying to listen for his squeaks and barks to get an idea of where he was. I narrow it down to the bedroom and look under the bed to see Biscuit's neck tangled in something under there. I dive in trying to free him from whatever's strangling him. When I reach my arms far enough to free him, I feel a strand of round pearls wrapped around his neck. I pull biscuits out and threw the necklace on the bed. I'd been pacing for hours, so right when my boyfriend got home that night, I told him my theory on the pearls. I told him we needed to get rid of them. He agreed. They had to go, and so off to the pawn shop he went. But before he left, I told him, don't pawn them, don't sell them. Just take them back to wherever you got them or throw them away. Something felt wrong about selling them or giving them to some other person to deal with their own horrors. I have no idea what he ended up doing with them, but I was happy to have it far away from me. I never considered things being legitimately cursed until this. Oddly enough, everything stopped. Everything was back to normal. So much so that when the time came, we even signed another lease. So when I was 16, my dad remarried, and I got a 5-year-old stepbrother that I'll call Sammy. His dad went to prison the year prior, and he didn't talk very much afterwards, not to people at least. When he and his mom moved in, the only thing he did was watch TV and hug his blue cat like a security blanket. The cat was called Babby, and she was Sammy's only friend. He didn't want to spend time with anyone else, and the toy never left his sight. His room was next to mine, and I could hear him talking to it at night. I couldn't make out all the words, but he was clearly having a conversation. After a few weeks of this, I heard someone answer him. This wasn't a 5-year-old making a funny voice, and it definitely wasn't his mother. It sounded like an old woman. I thought some crazy lady broke in to kidnap him. My body moved on its own, and I was opening his door before I knew it. His abundance of nightlights made it easy to see, but Sammy was the only one there, just him and Babby. He looked at me confused and a little nervous. I hadn't actually gone into his room before. While casually checking his closet and under the bed, I asked who he'd been talking to, and he pointed to the raggedy blue cat. The only window was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone else being in there. I was speechless. The next day I told my dad what happened, but he convinced me that I imagined the voice, and then a week later, I heard the same old woman again. Instead of running into the other room, I placed my ear against the wall to listen. Sammy asked, "When?" And the voice replied, "Now." Next, Sammy asked, "Where is it?" And the voice answered, "Follow me." I heard my stepbrother get out of bed and open his door, but only him. There was no second set of footsteps. Once he made it to the kitchen, I followed him out the back door, stopping only to check his room, which was again empty. When I caught up to him, he was a few yards away from going into the woods. I was yelling his name the entire time, but Sammy said that he never heard me, not until I was right in front of him. He was clutching onto that cat toy like a sacred object. At first, he tried to walk past me, and I had to physically stop him. By then, my screams had woken our parents, and my dad carried my stepbrother back inside. I told them everything that happened, but Sammy said he didn't remember anything before I got there. The following day, the doctor said he experienced a sleepwalking episode, one that woke me up, and I was just confusing a dream with reality. Never mind that I hadn't been asleep when it happened. When we got home, Sammy came into my room to say that Babby was mad at me for ruining their trip. Apparently, the cat was taking him to see his house, and now they had to wait. I asked him why he didn't say that to our parents, and he said Babby told him not to. Extra locks were placed on the doors, and everyone was on full alert for the next couple of months. Sammy stopped talking to Babby when others could hear, and he learned to whisper during the night conversations. Even if I stuck my ear to the wall, I couldn't hear well enough to know what was said. After a while, I stopped trying, and eventually started to forget about it altogether. The more time that passed, the easier it was to rationalize the impossible, until I went to bed one night and woke up to the sound of my creaky door opening. A set of footsteps crossed the room, and I sat up in a panic, but nothing was there. The temperature, however, felt like it had dropped 10 degrees since I went to sleep, but it was the middle of summer in Arizona, so not cold. My door was wide open, and there was no way that I could go back to sleep without closing it. Halfway across my room, I tripped over something and fell hard onto the wood floor. When I got the lights on, there was absolutely nothing there that could have tripped me, not even a rug. The floor was completely clear. A few days later, I was getting a box of cereal out of the pantry when a soup can fell from the top shelf and hit me in the head. It left a painful bruise, and I knew those cans had been pushed way back, away from the edge. We didn't really eat soup, so they'd been up there since my mom moved out more than a year prior. I wasn't climbing on the shelves. I wasn't even touching them. Why would one suddenly fall? The final straw was a couple of weeks later when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I was walking in, 2 hands shoved me to the ground, and I just managed to catch myself before my head slammed on the toilet. I screamed. I turned to see who shoved me, yet, again, no one was there. I also never heard any footsteps. Nothing. My cries brought my dad running, and, too upset to think, I just told him the truth. When he didn't believe me, I got even more upset and told him everything that had been happening to me. That weekend, I moved 2 hours away to live with my mother. She believed me and helped me to get over the whole thing, but I held a grudge against my dad for a long time. A couple of years later, he came to my high school graduation, and he took me to lunch before the ceremony. He apologized and said a bunch of stuff about wanting what was best for me, but the truth is, he just didn't want me causing drama around his new wife. None of that mattered, though. I was happier with my mom. As it turns out, we didn't have quite so many reasons to fight without Dad's drama in our lives. The only reason I even agreed to have lunch was so that I could ask him the one thing I cared about. Does Sammy still have Babby? And no, he did not. 3 months after I left, they caught my stepbrother trying to pry the extra lock from the back door with a butcher knife. He cut his hand very badly and needed stitches, and his doctor recommended a psychiatrist. It didn't take long for the shrink to find out about his attachment to the creepy cat and disprove the sleepwalking diagnosis. The kid admitted to being awake when I chased him outside and how Babby wanted to hurt me. The doctor explained it all away with the new marriage and adjustment periods, and our parents believed her. But then things got worse. When they got home, Sammy was terrified of being alone because Babby was angry at him. He went into full hysterics if his mom even walked into the next room. Hoping to help him calm down, they put the cat in the bottom of my closet and let him sleep in their bed. But he still couldn't calm down. Not until his mom promised to keep watch all night. She stayed awake long enough to be sure Sammy was asleep before turning in herself. And Dad doesn't have much patience for that sort of thing, so he stayed up late watching TV in the living room. When he went to bed, he found Babby on the bedroom floor, facing the bed. He was so freaked out and annoyed that he took it outside and burned it right there on the spot. Sammy started to get better after that, but Dad never really knew what to make of it all. That's why it took him 2 years to tell me what happened. We obviously have a lot of family issues, but those aside, I know that cat had something evil in it. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life, besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing, but with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things, but I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being. A vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The 3 of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, thank you for all the love. I said something like, of course, man, thanks for being you. He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, how are you feeling? And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, Tio's gone. I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. We were traveling in Fiji on a tight budget and found a hostel with a price significantly lower than all the rest. We booked it immediately and got in the room. It was a bit grim, but did the job. The man on reception looked a bit surprised that we were there, but I didn't notice this to be a bad thing. The thing I did notice is that there were just no other guests in the lobby, no noise in the corridors. It was deserted. Perhaps he was just surprised to see guests at all. Fast asleep, both my boyfriend and I were suddenly woken up to the most terrible noise of a woman screaming. Really screaming, like in pain or some sort of scared-to-death noise. It was like it was in the walls, all around us. It lasted long enough for us to really wake up and hear it, and not to think it was a dream or just a loud noise we'd misinterpreted. Then it stopped. I was absolutely terrified. I was ready to leg it out of that door and down the road. After a little bit, I calmed down some. My boyfriend told me perhaps a gecko got into the air conditioning. There was no air conditioning, and also, that's ridiculous. But I was so tired, I told myself that must have been it, and eventually went back to sleep. The next morning felt very, very creepy, and this is in the daylight, in a beautiful, hot country, not something you associate with creepy feelings. Neither of us said anything. We just packed up our stuff and got the hell out of there, even though we paid for another night. We went to a nearby travel agent, not really sure what we were doing. The lady was lovely and booked us into a bureau a bit further out of the city. Then she asked where we'd been staying, and we told her the name of the hostel. She looked at us like she'd seen a ghost. She said there had been a terrible, terrible murder at that hostel the previous summer, and 3 women were killed. She told us everyone says it's haunted, and no one stays there. Well, it certainly explains the almost free price. This was about 15 years ago, but I keep a travel diary, and this is what I found under that date. We learned that our hostel had been the scene of a horrific murder a few years back. The night before, a horrific scream had woke me up, despite wearing earplugs. Very scary. It was late at night, and my boyfriend and I were driving to my house. We took a shortcut through an area of town that everybody here calls the Bottoms, or River Bottoms. It's right in the middle of a huge metropolitan city in the U.S. There's no buildings, though, only fields and trees. You can't build there because it's a floodplain, not suitable for building on. There's one narrow road that goes through the middle of the bottoms, and it just so happens to be a direct link between my boyfriend's house and mine. Late at night, it's very dark. There's no streetlights. So we were traveling rather quickly down that road when we came upon a bridge. You could only see what was visible in the headlights, road and very tall grass. It was probably 3 feet tall. We went up and over the bridge and began to descend on the other side. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the right side of the road. The headlights shined directly on her. She was standing in the grass right beside the road. It was 2:30 in the morning. The area was completely deserted. We were both stunned, silent. We sped past her. After a frightening moment, we both shouted, "Did you just see that girl?" Yes, we had both seen her. Immediately, I assumed she was the one whose car had either broken down or had been wrecked, because she had a distressed look about her. We spoke rapidly on top of each other. Should we turn back? Oh my God. Should we call 911? What should we do? Is she okay? Earlier that night, we had both had a couple of drinks. Many hours had passed, and we were both sober. But in our part of the world, the police can arrest you and take you to jail if they even smell alcohol in your breath. You could get into a huge amount of trouble, even go to prison. If we had to turn back, if we had to call the police, it was just too risky. I mean, if she was really in distress, she could call for help on her cell phone, right? Oh my God, what if her phone was dead? Physical description. She was young, between 17 to 25 years old. She had blonde hair. She was pretty, wearing a white shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered in thick, tall grass. She was sort of waving her arms, not over her head, but in front of her. Her face wore a scared expression, but she had no blood, no bruises or dirt on herself. So what in the hell was she doing standing right by the road in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by herself, looking scared and waving her arms? Instead, we called in an anonymous tip. We were both really tired, and we proceeded home and went to bed. The next morning, I felt really guilty because we didn't stop. The local police post every police activity on the website that's called into a scanner. I began to search the scanner, looking for an accident report. There was nothing. We both felt very bad and worried about the young woman. Later, my boyfriend called the police to follow up on this anonymous tip we had made the night before. They told us that they had checked it out, that there was no car, no girl, no wreck where we had specified. This only made us feel half better, because we knew what we had seen. Later, my boyfriend told our story to his friend. His friend grew up near the bottoms. She was the one who put this all together for us. We'd seen a ghost, she told him. She recalled that 20 or so years ago, a young woman named Katie Nesbitt had been murdered in the river bottoms. It was a huge deal, so we went online and we found some old newspaper articles about the murder. There was a yearbook picture of the girl. The girl had blonde hair. Could that have really been her ghost? The most awful thing about it is that Katie and her boyfriend had been brutally stabbed to death over a car stereo. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I continued to search online and ended up finding a page for a local paranormal society. I clicked on Contact Us. I typed up our story and I felt better. At least I had reported this to somebody. I received a reply email from the man at the Paranormal Society. He told me that the Bottoms was definitely a haunted area. Many people had reported seeing strange things there over the years, and he also could recall that poor girl's murder. So, it was settled. Mystery solved. I'm not a ghost type. I've never encountered a ghost or an alien or a witch or UFO or anything like that. I do believe, though, that ghosts exist. But I would never go looking for one. All of that stuff honestly scares me to death. But I'm here to tell you that this really did happen. I wouldn't make it up. There were also 2 witnesses that saw the exact same thing. And anyone around here would tell you this. You never see anyone on the side of the road in the bottoms, especially at night, especially not a girl all alone. The paranormal investigator promised to investigate our sighting, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'll update you if I do. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's gotta be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. Hey there. I'm a night janitor at a hospital, and I spend most of my time at work listening to creepypasta narrations. But I've recently found this channel, and I thought it would be fun to send in one of my stories about this place. We've got plenty of ghosts, but after working here a while, you get used to them. For the most part, no one's ever experienced anything malicious, just the friendly or curious types of spirits. In the 5 years I've been working there, only one incident has really frightened me, and it just happened last week. One of the places I'm responsible for cleaning is the morgue. We recently had a man pass away after a late-night motorcycle accident, and his body was still on one of the tables when I went in to clean. It's not uncommon for a few to be left out. If there's no one on duty to check them in, the orderlies will leave them for whoever has the morning shift. It's not really like the movies where a head and toe tag are sticking out of each sheet, at least not at our hospital. Those sheets are plenty big enough to cover the whole body, so it's not quite as creepy as you see on TV. Well, not usually. I saw the motorcycle guy as soon as I walked in, and his sheet had fallen to the side, leaving his face and part of his chest exposed. Now, I have a pretty strong stomach. You have to in order to work here, but this guy was messed up. I nearly puked when I saw his face. He only had one eye left, and it stared at me with the little skin left around it. I quickly pulled the sheet back over him, and I went back to work. When I turned to leave, the sheet had not only fallen halfway down his face again, its head was turned to the side, still looking at me. There's no draft or fans blowing in the morgue. Not a single thing could have moved that sheet. I pulled it back over the man for a second time and ran out of there like a scared child. By the time I woke up the following afternoon, I felt pretty silly. What did I know about dead bodies anyway? And that one was so messed up. Who's to say it wasn't just settling or whatever corpses do? I chat with the doctors often, so I wanted to ask that night, but I never quite worked up the nerve. Each way I imagined saying it just made me feel crazy. Either it was a completely normal occurrence that scared me for no reason, or it wasn't normal, and they would think that I'd lost my mind. That's certainly a more logical conclusion than a dead man was watching me. When I made it back to the morgue, I was relieved to see no bodies were left, and set about my work. As I was emptying the trash, I began to hear a soft scratching sound, like something hard scraping a metal surface. I couldn't stand the idea of wondering about it too, so I followed the sound to the freezer drawers. I'm sure you've seen them on TV, the wall of big square cubicles where the bodies are stored until claimed by family. They have metal tables that slide in and out. Yeah, I'm sure you know. It took all of my courage to look inside. The first two were empty, but I finally found the right one on my third try. As soon as the door was open, the noise immediately stopped. I had to know if it was the same guy from yesterday. So I pulled out the body just to peek at his face, and had to stifle a scream when I saw an exposed hand sitting atop the white sheet. Most of its flesh was gone, likely removed while sliding down the highway, because it was definitely the motorcycle guy again. I was genuinely sick to my stomach, when I confirmed it by viewing his face. His fingers were nothing but bone, which would have been perfect for making the sound I heard. Not wanting to be in there another second, I quickly put everything back as I found it and got the hell out of there. But just as I was exiting, the noise started again. I didn't stop to see how long it lasted. I got back upstairs and didn't say a word to anyone. Thankfully, I was off for the next 2 days, but I do have to go back tonight. Even though the body is probably gone by now, I still have an overwhelming sense of dread. Honestly, I may call in sick. I really can't decide.